All right, we're in. Mic check. 1, 2. 2 Legit City on the mic. We are in. And of course, we are back on the run, the guided Aquatic Planet pack. Started on the Aquatic Planet, and we're doing all achievements. So of course, we have to make sure we don't fail the big three. We are on our way right now to do Locavore, Carnivore, and Super Sustainable. It's so far so good. This guy over here is trying to set up a fish trap. Let's go. And then we're running off of beacons. All right, so we are going to eat soon. We do need a little bit of food. We have about 18 fish. Let's take out a couple of them. Not bad. All right. We have to manually evolve them, but, you know, it's not bad. We are currently running on these sublimation stations, which is a good thing that it consumes a lot of our polluted dirt. But at the same time, we have eaten so much of the pollutant dirt with those buildings that we need to actually produce more. We have this set on forever, but we're running out of mud. We're also going to need to just pump the water here so that, I mean, we're probably going to have to relocate the pump again later. But technically speaking, filtering out polluted water converts the sand to polluted dirt that allows us to keep sublimating. It's working pretty well. We do have algae, we're just not running it right now. Oh no, the slugs have flooded the buildings. As you can see, we used to run poke shells, and they're right here as well. But we're, you know, stopped ranching them because turns out they eat way too much polluted dirt. These guys go through like 70 kgs per cycle. We can't afford that, even with the mud press. Welcome in, Hunter. But yeah, working pretty well. We had a door here to set up a little bit of a controlled spill so we could fill up our ranch a little bit faster. And we have our tidal turbines in. We have 3 connected so far. So just gonna be doing the big 3. It's looking pretty good. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Let's do a quick check. 176, 340, and then we have 47,000. So this is 17% of the way there, 1/6. And then this is almost done. Once we finish Locavore, we could start actually using the hydroponic farms and start actually using the coral. That's actually going to be pretty good because the coral is really nice. We just have to be a little bit careful with moving the wild beacons into here because we want to move them into the coral, right? And then we have to also make sure that we don't sweep the eggs inside. That's going to be fun times. Ed Carpet, join in Dew Colony. Who would you like to take? Let me know, let me know. We got Bert up to Higby. He's gonna take Higby, Old Man, and Carpet. Not a balloon artist. Little unfortunate. Alfred is in. Alfred is in. Let's go, Alfred. Old man's gotta look good. All right, we could still research, and we will. And then who was my mechatronics guy? Oh, it's Bert. All right, we're gonna give him mechatronics. All right, it looks like we don't really have a problem with this. This is pretty good. We're gonna run a sweeper setup. Now, of course, we're only preparing for this. We have a mechatronics dupe to invest the skill points in at 53, but I will say that it's not necessary for the carnivore right now. This is working. We're just doing a little bit of future preparation. And I feel like it's going to be nice to have. I'm also thinking of setting up the infinite storage for items here. Or start setting that up. Let's do a little bit of trimming here. Alright, so this is a set design. Right here. We'll go over it once we have it built. But this is going to be sweep stores, so we can start sweeping and keep the dupes busy. Alright, we're filtering out the water. We should probably cut this. Because it means, yeah, pipes blocked. We can't mud spin anymore. Mud's at 3 tons. Fresh water is still chilling here. Pretty good. And we're getting fresh water from doing all the mud spinning, polluted water pumping. I'm actually going to be kind of happy we get to clear this open. Just because it's going to be kind of nice. So, you know what? We will eventually... get to here. So we'll just do a little bit of digging and move the pump to that area. Because we know that eventually the water level is going to settle there because we're going to want the mud. We're just going to do that now. We'll remove the pump. But yeah, otherwise we are relying on polluted dirt with the sublimation stations. We have 4 so far. And it turns out that if the sublimation is actually keeping up, each one of these generates oxygen at 90 grams per second. Each dupe consumes 100 per second, given default settings. So no diver's lungs, that's a benefit. Or mouth breather, that is a downside. So that means that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We should have enough oxygen for 8 dupes. Close, right? We're going to basically round up because we're getting a little bit of oxygen from like the flue coral. We get a little bit from the bloaters right here eating the water weed. Same with this guy. There's water weed right there, so they could eat that. There's also a chance that this right here provides a little bit of oxygen because it's just off-gassing and it sneaks out to there. So we're about good with the oxygen. Now, it doesn't look like it's pressurizing, but it's healthy amount. Healthy amount. We're getting there. All right, so we are harvesting the reed fiber. We're going to be moving in the pump down there. We are going to keep moving this. And we will want ladder here. All right, get that built. Get that connected. So we have these incubators here as a just in case. How you would normally do this, because it turns out we're not going to need it for the carnivore, given how ahead we are, is you would select the egg. And what you're going to want to do is, we'll actually do one right now. We will grab a Slogo egg. Just as an example of how to incubate this. You want this at priority 9. Every situation, every case, always priority 9. So what's going to happen is that someone's going to move the egg from down here. He's going to get moved in, and then it's going to be incubating. The incubator does nothing to the eggs. What you actually need and why you have this at priority 9 is your dupes are gonna have to hug the egg. It's a hugging animation, and the moment it does that, you could click on the egg. There's a buff on the egg called Lullaby. That buff does not require the incubator to be plugged in. So we'll show you guys right now how to get that set up. All right, let's push this up to 2x speed. Of course, we're out of a little bit of P dirt, classic stuff. And we still need to convert the mud. All right, looks like a little bit of downtime. It'd be like that sometimes. We may want to make a second schedule right now. We're also going to give them another hour. All right, so there's the egg. So what we're going to be waiting to do now is waiting for this to be hugged. Ford Easy, appreciate the lurk. Gotta wait for this Hassan guy. There we go. All right, so your rancher's gonna go hug the egg. You see that progress bar? So before that, the egg has no status buffs. After it gets the hug, is gonna get lullaby. You see that? This is a time remaining buff. So at this point, you could cut the power, which is why we did this type of feed-in. And then the egg maintains the buff. This saves you a lot of power because the incubator is constantly drawing power regardless of the situation. So this is how you want to do that. You could avoid using automation by just plugging it in like that. Now you might be wondering yourself, why not fully automate it? It's not gonna be foolproof. A lot of the automation setup for this requires a little bit more tech setup. And honestly, it's not worth it. We are gonna not use incubators for the run, as it's only something you need to kind of speed up and catch up with carnivore. But once we get that, it's just a lot easier to just grow your food and farm and wait for the accumulation and then get proper food storage. A lot of that's going to be more beneficial to you than just doing the incubators. Just because it's a little bit volatile, right? Okay, he laid his egg. He did not lay his egg. Did he lay his egg? How is his egg chance only at 8%? Thing is that he can't move. Feels bad. The best I've seen involves pressure plate and a bunch of timers. Works great, but needs extra debris out. The problem is that I guess that does work. It's just there's certain cases where if the job doesn't get done, you get this thing, because if you're using the timer setup, you're using a red-green range. If the rancher doesn't ranch this first before doing other stuff, or maybe they're sleeping, it kind of loses a cycle. I guess there are really good designs, but yeah, I've never really seen like a foolproof one. Not really. It can't happen. It can't. Other dupes hanging around. It's, yeah, just for the most part, I find it not too bad to micromanage this for the, you know, handful of cycles. It won't reset on the dupe stance on the plate. Weight plate and timers are good enough. That's fair. You guys are perfectly fine to use that. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. To each their own. I just find it a lot easier to just plug it in with the wires, and then when it's lullaby, just unplug it. Because we're not going to be planning on using the incubators long term. I just don't think it's worthwhile to actually try to automate the incubators. Okay, so you do have to micromanage that. It'd be like that sometimes. Okay, so one of the things that my dupes are doing, which is why we're trying to do the sweeper setup here, is that anytime we break into a new area, they're gonna go grab the wild beacon eggs. And the thing with that is that I don't want my wild beacons here. I want to keep the beacons that are wild. And then, you know, that way we could keep them for the flu corral later. Feels bad, man. You automate it because you won't pay attention enough to micro it. I guess, yeah. If you're, it's weird. I see where you're coming from, but it's like, I feel like if you're doing carnivore in the early stages, you're paying attention to it. Like the first 100 cycles, once you get to the incubator stage, for those like 20 cycles, you're going to be incubating eggs. You're going to be engaged. And then outside of getting carnivore, I don't feel like you need to get incubators for any reason whatsoever. It just feels like it's not worth. Okay, we have a geyser here. Another volcano. Okay, man. 1 volcano, 2 volcano. Seems legit. Hot water up here. Saltwater geyser. We have ice right next to minnow. Fun times. Oh, we got the fossils. All down here. Clumped up together. We got nothing good, man. All right, so this is set up. It's not bad. We're not going to keep lullabying this because we don't really need to. Oh, this goes up 100% just with 1 lullaby. Slow goes. Easily hatched. We'll take it. All right, looks like they just went through another day with food. How many are we at now? 21 fish. Let's go with 4 beacon fries. Maybe even a little bit more. Oh, dart away. Probably don't want that. We're going to grab the fertilizer. Get another one. Slowly building out the pump. We're going to be trying to remove the beacon eggs here. And we're going to move in a loader. And it's going to be a very simple setup. What you want to do is just move the eggs out of the breeding pool. That's all you got to do with this. We could just have this hard connected like that. No big deal. And then since the power line's down there, we're just going to run this straight down. All right, not bad. Put this to 2x speed. So you do kind of have to micromanage a little bit of the food right now, because we don't have an automatic way of evolving the beacons. Not only that, you technically, you know, don't have good food storage. And cooked fish rots in 4 cycles, so it doesn't last that long. We are doing what we can with the CO2 pit right here, but it is what it is. So it's just better off for us to kind of micro this and cook what we can. All right, back to this sweep storage. You want to click on the doors like this so that no one could go through. Copy paste. Right, and now when the items get put here, they fall straight down to the middle. On this, you want to hit sweep only. This is big, sweep only. And then you want to typically go through and select the things you want to sweep here. A lot of things are fine. It's only once it's like something that off gases. Maybe liquefiables like ice, you're not gonna want. So here it's pea dirt, pea mud, rock pile. We don't want that here because of the off gas. Everything else seems okay. Put the seed there. Data banks. We'll put clothing here as well. No eggs and nothing that off gas like oxalate. Push this down to 4. Copy, paste. Okay, so why did we do that? See this item right here? We have Coralia. It has a decor penalty, but it's 1 tile radius. So if you go to decor, outside of this 1 tile radius, there's no decor penalty, right? So it's a 3x2. Guess what? This is a 3x2. So when the items get swept in, there's not going to be a decor penalty like this, as it's going to be stopped by the doors. Since this is a pneumatic door, items fall through it, and dupes could pick up items through the door. So upside, right? So if you just lock the doors like we did, they're not going to walk through, they're not going to climb in and out, but they're going to be able to store the items, pick up the items. So this is going to be a better way of having your items being stored instead of having bins everywhere. The only problem that it's not fully automatic, right? That's the only problem with that. So what that means is that your dupes are only going to move the items if you put a sweep command, which is what we're setting up right now. Looks like we haven't found ice. There's no liquefiables on this. All right, should be fine. So we're just going to do some starter sweeping. Just to get the dupes not busy. Research is done. We got the loader stuff. And then at this point, you're just free teching. You don't really have to tech if you don't have the labor to do so. It's always nice just to grab as much as you can. We're going to be grabbing Aqua Tuner. Working on this. Once that's ready, we're going to be able to just have all the eggs moved out without having this on. Just so that we keep our wild beacons. Hey, look at the slug. Slug's gotta go, man. Logo's gotta go. Feels bad. Cooked seafood, doing alright. Alright, we gotta go through more beacons. We might do a slug culling somewhat soon as well. Cooked seafood on the floor. I guess we do also want this inside here, just to keep it fresh. Alright, not bad. So since we're focused on carnivore, don't really have to do too much exploration, other achievements right now. You're really focused on carnivore, making sure you're doing good. There's these rooms like this that you want to make sure you don't get into because it's technically bad. Fleeing. Oh my god. Why did you go in to the ranch? Come on, Hassan. Alright, man. No one's allowed in. These Pokeshells beating up my dupe right now. Dude, like, there's no reason to go inside, but he went in anyways. Like, we're not... I guess he's grabbing salt to feed the slugs. That's so weird. Goddamn dupes. It is what it is. Alright, so this is about ready. We're gonna turn this off. We don't really need to yet, but it does free up some of the dupe labor. We'll have it plugged in, but it's not drawing power. Alright, we'll turn this off. And then on the loader, we're gonna go here and just pick beacon eggs. Funny thing with this is that they don't have any morphs, right? They're just beacons. They don't change into anything else. So we're just gonna let them kind of just hang out. All right, so now that means once we get into a new water tank and any wild beacon eggs, we could actually use for the flu corral later on. That's going to be something we're going to want because it's going to set us up for easy oxygen. It's going to be pretty good. Vacuum. That's not good. The other ones are filled though. Breathability gets sparse when they're doing the sleeping. We have to make sure we're culling the fish. Maybe we should just take out the pokes, because technically we don't need them. And they're causing problems. Lack of better words, they're causing problems, man. Should be alright though. Alright, Cycle 56, do a quick check. Pay the bills. 360, we're almost at halfway, 200k. So the remaining amount of time, we'll have about 44 cycles. So we have 7 dupes. That is about... How much is that? 300,000 calories? More or less. 44 times 7. 28, 28, 308. Yeah, it's 308, right? So we only need 200,000 calories, so we should be fine. Alright, man, we will take these guys out. These guys are a menace. No wall hacks. Oh, we're getting hit somehow. These guys got the wall hacks, man. Shellfish is... What are the tags on this? There's no tag on the food. Oh, this guy just hatched. Let's make sure there's no shellfish inside that we can't reach. What's going on, Sunak? Welcome in. Hey man, I wasn't even streaming yesterday. What are you talking about? Someone's sneaking Sunag's data. It's blaming it on me. It'd be like that sometimes, man. Dude, we're getting pressure damage. Is it these tiles? Oh, man. Pressure damage for the lose. You just fall asleep. Hey, man, it'd be like that sometimes. Alright, I do want to trim this because I don't want stuff sitting on the ledge. We're also going to keep the most of this here so that we could deconstruct later. Alright, 21,000. Hopefully that's not going to be too bad. Hopefully we eat all the food. But welcome in, Sunak. I see you over there. Alright, so with this quest, the duplicate right here. We have the delivery of pearls. We've been harvesting from the wild clams. Right, that's where you get the pearls from. So that's how we've already delivered 150. There is 1, 2, 3. You can technically already be done with that, and the reward is going to be a gasket, right? That's going to allow you to tap the turbines right here. And these are really good. You're not going to think about it, and you're just going to get the achievement. Super sustainable. So we're already about almost 20% of the way there. Because these are just going to be running, getting you power, and you're going to be able to use it. So it's just going to be good times. I have 21 fish inside this pool. We could increase our egg capacity by another 50% at capacity generation rate. Because we go up to 12 beacons. But we should be good given how much population we have, but we don't have food storage. Because at some point, they're just going to all grow up and die of old age. And then we won't be able to keep up with the food. And then we still have Slogos and the Poke Shells. So it's going pretty good. We are at 374, 208. So we're halfway done with Carnivore with about 43 cycles. We'll probably finish it pretty fast. We just have to eat the food at this point. And the food is alive. You know, we're ranching the fish. The only amount of labor we're doing is we need to do pea dirt. We need to do the pea dirt. Convert the mud into pea dirt. Feed the pea dirt into the sublimation stations. And then get the oxygen. Okay, we will grab the rover module for later. But yeah, we should be good. We're just waiting to get Carnivore at this point, and then gonna be setting ourselves up for success for the other achievements. All right, I think we're gonna start setting up the oxygen generation via Flu Corral soon. I think that's gonna make a lot of sense. We will want to set that up. So this guy should have had an egg, but he never laid it for some reason. Because he was supposed to lay an egg before this guy laid an egg. And somehow his reproduction reset. Feels bad. Be like that though sometimes. So we are going to do a little bit of... How much longer? I don't know if I want to keep these here. I want to just clear this. Drain some of the salt water down there. It also makes a lot more sense for us to drain the salt water down this way. There's no tidal turbines here though. It's just the clamps. Not that big of a deal. Alright, we're gonna do something weird. Operation Ocean Cleanup. If you guys ever see these little pools of water like this, and you have split layer, you don't know what to do with it, we're gonna fix that. Why does that look so weird? We might have to drain this a little more. Alright, so the two water layers like this, you can just mop on top of the mesh. Because the top of the mesh tile is still solid surface. But the mesh stays on the water. So you get to mop up the layer of water. You could also do this in the middle. So we have like water right here, right? The problem is that sometimes the water that's getting caught is a little bit too much mass. Once the mass is above 150 kilograms, it's not going to be able to be mopped up. The mop command doesn't work, right? So sometimes that becomes an issue. If you allow this to float to the top, it should spread though. Okay, so for now, the only thing that kind of makes sense for us to do is do a little bit of digging. So we're going to be doing just that. We're going to be creating a little bit more space. Since there's no tidal turbines in this area, I think we're going to open this part up. I do want to keep the clams for another harvest. So I'm going to wait for these to grow first. So I think we're going to mine this part out. At least up until the gumpong. And I think I also want to redo this ladder. I may want to stop that a little early. Maybe right here. And then continue going down on the side. Gaiden! Wrong chamber, can't breathe. Dude, man. You got the deep lungs. You got the maximum breath added, and you're still going through the struggles? That's a bad time. Don't worry though, man. Oxygen is included. We got you. Looks like the dupes are asleep. Let's do a little bit of pumpage. And then the mud's at... Okay. We do want to start mining the mud then, it looks like. New printables. Ooh, no way, dude. Easy carnivore. Take out the fish. They're gonna eat all the seeds. Take them out. Ocean man. Eat all the fish. Oh my god, Ocean Man. Oh, he almost got all of them. No, soda cane seed minus. What a travesty. My man was struggling right now. Good news is that we got a little bit more food for free. Bad news is minus soda cane. My cat had me worried not eating for a few days. Cleaned out all the food, dish storage, got a new bag. She's eating fine again. Color of food's much different. Much had stale food. She has standards. Dude, I did that. That happened to me. There was a time period where, I mean, Mama still does this, but I started feeding him chicken from the chicken that I was eating when I was cooking. So when I'm eating, I don't share the food with them. But when I'm cooking the food, sometimes I'll give them a piece. Because it's like, you do a chicken breast, right? You're not going to just have a whole plate of chicken breast. You're going to have to cut it up. So it's easier, and then you don't have to worry about biting, getting a mess on your face, and you have to wipe your face. Right? So when you're carving the chicken, sometimes you'll have a little bit, and it's funny thing, it's the best part. It's like the edge of the chicken that's like crispy, because it's thinner, right, at the edge and all that good stuff. So what ends up happening is that I'm like, you know what, I'll give this piece to Mamba. And he's gone to a point where he's like, oh man, it's delicious. And he will, every time I'm cooking in the kitchen, he stands right there looking at me, and it's like he's hoping to get a piece. Now fast forward to now, he now demands the food every time I cook. Even if I'm not cooking chicken, he's like, meow, feed me. And I'm just kind of like, dude, what are you doing? And for the most part, man, it's one of those things where it's like, nah, man, we're not feeding you today. You're not getting none of this. This is ground beef. I don't want to feed this to you. And then funny thing is that there was a time period where I fed him pretty consistently. And when I stopped feeding him chicken breasts, because I might be cooking vegetables instead of chicken. and he stopped eating his kibble. And I was like, what the hell? Same reasoning. It was just, you know, he was boycotting the kibble because he wanted more fresh grilled chicken. What's going on, cutie? Welcome in. My cat comes running around when I open canned chunk white chicken for a small spoonful. Dude, you know what happened the other day? I bit into a cucumber, and that crunch noise attracted Mamba. He just came running to me. I was like, what the hell? I didn't understand why. I was like, dude, it's cucumber, dude. And then he did the thing he does to beg for food. And I was like, here, man, here's the cucumber. And he'll smell it. And he's like, the hell, that's not chicken. And then he'll just walk away. The funniest thing, man. All right. All the calories. We got a fresh delivery of fish, and they're all eating that. Good stuff. We don't really need to cook for the next day. We're only going to go through 7,000 of the calories. We're just going to let them hang out. Do the sweeping when they can. Do the pea dirt press when they can. Colony right now is kind of sustaining, but we just have to feed them. How do you prevent the auto sweeper conveyor from overheating inside a metal volcano tamer? You have to have enough water so that the temperature never spikes up past the overheat point. Welcome in, Magnificent Michael. If that makes sense, that is the short form answer. If you don't know what I mean, though, you're going to be utilizing something called steam. Steam stats are really good heat capacity. So to increase steam by 1 degree Celsius, you need 4.179 value, right? Let's just call it that. Let's say for reasons you're doing molten iron. This has a capacity of 0.449. That means every 1 degree Celsius you go up in water, iron goes down by 8, at least 8 degrees Celsius. Now that's given equal mass. So you're always going to have more steam per tile and in the entire box than you would get per eruption, right? So that magnifies that even further. So basically the answer is you just need to have more steam per tile. If you're doing a metal volcano tamer, it's very common to have around 50 kilograms per tile of steam. And then it's not a bad thing because it just means that your steam turbine is going to take longer to cool it down. You're not going to lose power or anything like that. Hope that makes sense, man. Let me know if there's anything you don't get. My cat's other weakness is King Hawaiian bread. Dude, I'm so sad about King's Hawaiian bread. I remember when that first came out like a decade ago. It was amazing. Great little sweet dinner rolls that were coming in the tray like that. And then you could cut them in half and make sliders. I don't know what kind of travesty we're getting nowadays with the King's Hawaiian bread. It's not the same. It's like a weird darker color. It doesn't taste as good. And I'm just like, I don't want to buy this anymore. It's so sad, dude. What's wrong with using metric? King's Hawaiian bread's not the same. I like, they have pretzel buns now more than regular rolls. I haven't tried the pretzel ones. How about if it's a dirty brick with iron volcano combined with the molten slicksterans? So you're saying you can't do that? So molten slickster. What's the range for the slickster for that? For the egg chance? I forget. It sucks to hear. I haven't had it in a couple years. Yeah, man. It's gone through the enshittification process. So many good brands have been bought and sold and now crappy because of that. It feels bad, dude. I would say that using an iron volcano in a dirty brick is very bold. Because in and of itself, iron is top 3 metal volcano heat producer. So it generates a lot of heat. So how many steam turbines do you have? An iron volcano by itself needs at least 2. If you want to consistently keep it at a nice stable temperature and not have over 200 C steam. If you honestly, given how you have it in a dirty brick, you can't really do too much, because you would have to redesign your entire brick to have it be piecemealed. Basically, you set yourself up for disaster. Not disaster. You did not set yourself up for success. Let's say it like that. You made it harder on yourself. That being said, it doesn't mean you can't fix it. You could. The biggest thing is probably you could isolate. It's weird. All right, so my colony, if you guys are following for the guided playthrough right now, it's pretty self-sustained right now. We're on 1x speed. We're waiting to just basically eat the cooked fish so that we could have the carnivore done. And before we finish carnivore, we don't really want to do much of anything else. All right, that being said, we're gonna help this guy out with his volcano tamer. All right, so in your case, you're saying you have a dirty brick, right? Let's say it's like this. I'm not sure how large your brick is, but it's pretty sizable. Let's argue for the sake of the argument that your volcano is in a corner, right? These 4 tiles. And then you have your turbines up top. Maybe a little bit higher, right? Let's say that's what's happening. What you could do, and even if it's... The only problem is if this is at the bottom. If your volcano is somewhere in the middle or in the top, like that, this is going to work. You could isolate the volcano. So let's say that it was in the middle, right? These 4 tiles. Let's use different tiles for the sake of how it looks. You could actually try to isolate this with insulated tiles so that the heat only goes through the top. And then what you would want to do is corner sweep. Right? The sweeper goes through corners in a weird way. Can I have a corner anywhere? I have no corners. God damn. Oh yeah, right here. So this is what I mean. 2 diagonal tiles, you could sweep through it. So what you're going to be able to do is, by putting the sweeper in a specific tile, reach where the iron is going to be. By doing this, this area becomes hotter than everywhere else, but it doesn't matter. You're able to pick up the iron diagonally, right? This allows the outside of the area immediately within the same dirty brick to be able to be slower heat transfer. And then at the same time, you could move out the iron to cool it, but it's going to be something you could control a lot better, right? Like you could tie a sensor. If the temperature is too high, you stop it from pulling iron, something like that, right? That would be easy solution. Of course, the simple thing is also adding more steam turbines up top. I don't have the tech to show you. Gotta have the steam turbines up top. But yeah, it's a weird situation. There's no right or wrong way. I just gave you an example of how I would do it. But there's a lot of solutions. Because one of the things is, if you're not using temp shift plates to pull heat out of that insulated box, that corner trick should separate the heat pretty well. Doors and corners, kid. That's where they get you. Yeah, man. Don't be cutting corners. Dude, I saw that mask, dude. That looked pretty tight. I'm not gonna lie. Dr. Doom is easily and by far my favorite villain. Easily. Not gonna lie, man. Dr. Doom is easily and by far my favorite villain. So I saw that mask, man. I was like, oh, that's tight, man. Yeah, you could easily do that too. The cosplay for that too is also pretty straightforward. You get a green robe with the hood. Put the mask on, get the gear underneath. The hardest thing about the Dr. Doom cosplay is that you have to have a monologue ready. Because that's one of his, like, notable characteristics. He always has some grandiose speech. You know what I'm saying, man? It really do be like that sometimes. But I'm not gonna lie, it's part of the reason why I feel like he's such a great villain. Because he's not evil. He's self-serving. It's an interesting dynamic, man. Everyone knows what Dr. Doom's about. He's such a character too. No, he doesn't hate the Fantastic Four. He hates Reed Richards. He is self-proclaimed smartest man in the world. And Reed Richards is actually smartest man in the world, depending on what you're reading. And the thing with that is that Reed is more, for lack of better words, inherently good. Whereas Dr. Doom just more so cares about the results. And the biggest thing is that there's always been this part of him that looks at Reed Richards' life and goes, that could have been me. Why do I not have such a good life like he does? Because he looks at him, he's like, his wife is hot. He has, you know, a great reputation. And he's like, just all in all seen as the good guy, the savior. He saved us. And to him, he feels like he hasn't proven himself to the public or just the people in general. That he feels like he has, for lack of better words, entitlement to. You know? So it's the driving force behind why he does what he does. He's trying to prove himself to be the better man, the smarter man, because their upbringings are just so vastly different. He was born and raised out of like more of a war-torn society, so his values and morals are a little bit more on the extremist side, right? He's more of an extremist, whereas Reed Richards has a more of a normal upbringing. The difference of being raised in war and raised in peace. And as a result, he thinks he's better, more hardened. But not gonna lie, man, the dynamic that drives him is so interesting, because I feel like time and time again, it's always seen as Dr. Doom makes a good king in certain time periods a better king perhaps than Reed Richards, but it's like, given modern day society, Reed Richards is who you would want to be the leader, because he thinks about the people, not the results. Whereas Dr. Doom, given war and like dire times, is better at making the hard decisions. It's an interesting dynamic, man. But there's just so many times I look at Dr. Doom like, damn, I could relate. Or like, dude, that was a tight speech. Look at you guys. That was Reed Richards' design. That's why it fucked up. All right, let me come fix it. So anytime you say that, it's like, oh yeah, we went to Reed and it didn't work. He's like, of course it didn't work. That was Reed Richards. Let me fix this for you. And he's kind of happy to do it because of the fact that he's one-upping Reed Richards' flawed design. It's one of the things that I also think is kind of funny. It's like, he will never miss a chance to one-up him. It's funny, man. No one sees themselves as evil. They often find them thinking an error to hide behind a road to perdition, or however it's spelled. I'm thinking more of a sense from an objective point of view. We, the readers, right? Kind of a thing. Like, he might be an antagonist, but we don't think of him as like evil. I still don't get why they cast Robert Downey Jr. as Doom. I'm gonna be real. If you look across all the actors, I don't know if any one of them fits Dr. Doom's bill. None of them do. Not even Robert Downey Jr. And I feel like, you know, he wants to do it. He kind of gets the comics, whereas some of the other actors that might be a better fit may not be as interested. Just the fact that he was Iron Man, that's another thing. There's an alternative universe where Iron Man is Dr. Doom. It's kind of crazy. There's like one of those multiverses where something goes wrong and certain people don't become certain things. I'm not sure if that's a story they're going to be trying to tell, but that's an interesting one. It turns out like he's Iron Man first, but then it's like while he is Iron Man and does the Iron Man storyline, something skews. And something, I forget what exactly happens, but he fails something, and that kind of drives him down the spiral / rabbit hole where he's kind of like wallowing sadness and self-pity. And then at some point he kind of snaps, and it's like he's gonna embrace the evil, so to speak. Not really evil, but you know, he dons the Dr. Doom mask and becomes Dr. Doom. Yeah, they are separate people, but there are universes where it's like not the person we know. It's like how there's different Spider-Man. A different person becomes Spider-Man. There's Miles, right? And there's also Peter. And it's like the different people becoming Spider-Man. It's just that a lot of the times we just associate with the, I guess, main universe. Because there was a alternative reality where Reed Richards fails and Dr. Doom becomes Mr. Fantastic, and then Reed Richards becomes Dr. Doom, and it's insane. that storyline was pretty insane, not gonna lie. But yeah, man, those like alternative universe, the remakes have always been pretty interesting, because it's like it asks the question, what if this happens? What if he didn't become Batman? What if Thanos never came to the planet? S-Man. What's S-Man? Superman. The thing with Russia is that it's weird. They have a lot of Russian spin-offs. And they already exist. There is one where I think it's X-Men. Like the main X-Men mutated in Russia, and then what happens is that like the government immediately takes hold and they become like the, lack of better words, the covert ops. And then they have like all this, I guess, story involved with that. A lot of stuff. And it becomes this thing where it's like, it kind of answers the question, but not really, because it's not exactly that, right? But there are some spin-offs like that, where that exactly what you're saying happens. But this one was like the mutants and X-Men, not so much like certain superheroes. But they do have their own different brand of names and stuff. But yeah, man, comics are interesting. I feel like if I wasn't into anime, I'd be super into comics. It really do be like that, man. If I wasn't into anime, man, I'd be a huge comic book nerd. But yeah, there's a lot of these alternative realities. You could check out comics at the library. That's tight. Comics I didn't get into because I couldn't find an online place to read. Ugh. And comics are just mad expensive. Yeah, I read the manga. It's just that because of how manga is very much a Japanese thing, a lot of the medium and where you were able to get it is on the internet. I'm just sneezing. But yeah, man, they don't have anything like that for the comics. So I was like super sad when I was found out about comic books, but then I couldn't really get into it. Harada seafood. Get some more. Do another crab shack colon. I'm reading some light novels and anime out the season and reading spoilers. That's no, man. Having fun isn't hard with the library card. Yo, Cthulhu. Coming in with the PSA advert. I see you over there. Man, they shut down the library by my house. Feels bad. There were 2 libraries that I used to go to as a kid. They're both shut down, dude. Sad times. Sad times, sad times. All right, how much fish do we have now? 52? God damn. How do we get up to 52 fish? Is it counting the eggs? I think it is, right? There's no way that spiked up that hard. That's kind of insane. We got so much fish, dude. Dude, all the food, man. You have 16 Slogo eggs. 20 of the eggs are beacons, so we have 32 live fish. Libraries are fun. They open one of these combination community centers near the high school. That's awesome. Some libraries do online checkout of ebooks and stuff. Oh, they do that? That's tight. There's a Japanese website translated. A lot of reading a lot of stuff. Help with translators. Sad libraries offer more than just books. Cool spaces. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. As a kid, there was a little bit of a stigma of going to the library instead of like going out to play with the homies, whether it's like playing video games, basketball, whatever. Not that it's a stigma, but it's like no one really wanted to go to the library. As I'm older, man, it's like, man, that's tight. I didn't know they had those. Like, I'd go back in time. I'd be reading manga in the libraries. I'll be like, what are you reading? I'm reading this is called Death Note. It's pretty good. About this kid who's gets the superpowers. Writes the name in the book, you die. I had friends who would roleplay a library meeting room each week, dude. That's like tea time. You roleplay having tea with the queen. Classic stuff, man. They have audiobook of soul leveling. Dude, man. These libraries. You guys got the legit libraries, man. I see you guys over there. Oh, dude, we're out of water. Alright, man, we're just gonna have to pump. Let's do a quick check. Cooking the food. A lot of cooked seafood. Locavore's done. Okay, so at this point, we're still using the pea dirt, but I might want to dismantle a couple of them and start using the floral coral. The corals. We're at 244 for carnivore. So 167 dupes. We need about 25 cycles. So we should be done around 87, which is pretty good. As long as we keep the amount of seafood stockpiled. All right. Let's start digging out some of the space. We're going to lose a little bit of the soda cane that the pips are planting, but it's fine. Okay, where do we want, because of how this is ocean right here, I feel like it kind of makes sense to have like the coral right here too. We'll see. We're gonna have to dig out this area though, regardless. All right, so locavore is done. I'm gonna start planting stuff. The clams are at 92%. Ooh, harvest ready. Let's go. Cramped and elderly. Oh, but he laid the egg already. That's fine. Oh, I did not realize this. He attacked. No, we moved the eggs out. Yeah, we moved the eggs out. And in the meantime, I think he killed all the other fish inside. Ah, dude, this dude. I can't believe he done this. There's no fish here anymore. Goddamn crabs just attacking everything. Dude, we really need to take out the sandy shells like ASAP. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. A little bit of research. We'll continue. Watching too much Dexter. All right, little bit too much pumping. We'll get some more of the pea mud dug out. Lower the water level by a little bit. Carnivore, yeah, man, we're almost done. What's going on, Finks? Welcome in. So if you guys are following along with the guided playthrough, we're pretty much set. We're just doing a little bit of maintenance, a little bit of sweeping, making sure we're getting carnivore and staying on track because we have to cull the fish manually. Making sure we have the seafood to eat, the fact that we're cooking it, hopefully. And then brushing the fish. Otherwise, though, you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Oh, we have the pearls. We just have to deliver. Someone delivered a pearl. How much is this? This is 100 pearls in order to build the farm. All right, so we still won't be able to build the coral yet unless we find another pearl. Looks like it's up here. Oh, and it's grown. Not bad. Looks like we do want to go up then. The only problem with that is I don't want to ladder up all the way here. Should be all right. All right, so the breathability is not bad. It could be better though. So I want to make this coral before we kind of bust out. And then the problem is that we don't have the pearls to do so. Let's go. 2 coral seeds. Bye-bye. Second one. I'll have to dive into the VOD. This is going to be a guided playthrough, Finks. We're basically going to go through what we're doing in order to do all the achievements. Corals are legit. The only reason you would want electrolyzers is if you want the hydrogen for whatever reason. But I've done a run already where you use just the corals and they work really well. Though I will say it's only because of the map you're given. You're getting a lot of corallium that gives you lime when you crush. And these feed off of lime. Not only that, the beacon fish right here converts phosphorite into lime. There's a lot of things that really work because of how that's set up. So it's one of those things where it's like, they're good, but it might be map specific. Yeah, the beacons are a great food source, man. They really are. But yeah, you can live off of just food corals. They're really good. They become 150 grams per second, non-stop. And they're pretty easy to set up. I guess you do need to feed them water. That's the one thing that might suck. You do have to get some source of salt water, which you probably do have on this map. Might have to keep it cool though. That's a thing. Keeping the salt water cool is going to be tough. That might mean we might have to drain out some of the oceans just to get this done. 2 tidal pools right there. All right, so the beacon is done. Let's actually keep pearls on the tracker here. Does this have a pipeline? Oh, I don't have the pearls, so we can't do it. All right, we're waiting to harvest this then. Once we get that, we should be good. That probably means, yeah, I probably do have to seal this at some point. $12. We might have to make that wider. Yeah, we probably do. All right, we could probably change this up slightly. Put a proper box on that. I probably want to redo this area slightly. We basically used up all the resources from this ocean to get started. Should be fine though, it shouldn't be too bad. So we're using the pea dirt from here. We have no pea dirt, we're still going through the mud. Waiting for the dupes to process that. Alright, so we dug this out. A lot of sweeping to be done here if they're bored. A lot of CO2 down there as well. So we're going to want to deal with the CO2 at some point. It probably makes a lot of sense to trim this down. And then the CO2 collects right here. I mean, we're probably going to move it though. It's just that we want to keep the clams here. Okay, nutrient bars. We're not really taking dupes right now, although we could. You know what? We could take another rancher. That wouldn't be bad. We'll take May. May's gonna potentially do ranching at some point. Ranching at some point. Okay, we have lettuce, seafood, shellfish. We're cooking that, right? Yeah, we are. Okay, let's no longer do this. We'll keep it on sweep only. 1 fish, 1 poke shell. What's going on, Conrad? Welcome in. I see you over there. Alright, we do want to clean this up. At some point, we're going to need to. Alright, 64. Not really that much time has passed, but we should be okay. Have about 5, 6 eggs still to go through. Conrad, you gotta start wearing pants, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. You need those, man. Just saying. Alright, we're gonna do something weird. We're gonna build 2 tiles here. Yeah, we built 2 tiles here. You know, I don't mind my dupes having lettuce, because we do have a lot of spare days to get carnivore. I do. You know, man, Conrad, I don't know if you have this problem, but if your chain hang low, you know, man, it's flopping about. You gotta put pants on, dude. All right, nice. What is the sturdiness of this? This is siltstone. Hardness value 10. It's soft. You gotta stop crawling on the floor, Conrad. You got legs, man. You're not Lieutenant Dan. You got legs. Alright, we gotta dig down this way. Probably gonna want to get some ladders here. We gotta bop this sandy shell. How is little Jimson? Hopefully he's not being audible and making plays like he's quarterback. Yes, this is active again. Let's go. Extra pearls. Always nice. You know, I hear he likes playing quarterback, dude. Starts calling out the plays. Arf, arf, blue 21. He's asleep. Awesome, man. One of the tips I hear from people that have dogs is that you should take your dog to the dog park every day. So they get tired and they're much easier to care for when they're not actively running around the house. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, man. The problem is, though, is that when you don't take them to the dog park, they think, you know, they're like, what the hell? So let's go to the dog park. And then it becomes a thing that it's like, yeah, you kind of have to do it now at this point. Every day at lunchtime. Oh, that's nice. You get a little bit of sun. You get to walk out during lunch. You get to walk, be active. You don't think about it, but the doggo keeps you active like that. Alright, the water level drop. This is pretty solid. Yeah, this is actually not bad. We'll keep it like this, so now we can open this to drop down to the bottom. I just don't know if we're going to want to keep that. What's going on, Troy? Welcome in. If you guys don't know Troy, he actually has a degree in political science. He did not get his engineering degree, but he's still an engineer. Somehow. We believe those. I take him to the dog park to socialize him proper. That's a good too. Dogs gotta learn how to socialize. He drives a train. He's a conductor, dude. He's the guy that jumps off the train when it slows down so that he could manually switch lanes on the track. Dude, straight up, man. I saw that happen before. I was like, man, there's a train. Damn, it's slowing down. And then it slows down. A dude hops out the train cart, runs to this little lever on the train track, pulls it, and then it hops back on, and then it's like super slow moving. And it's like trying to pick up speed, but it's just slow train. I was like, what is happening here? I was in traffic watching this. I'm the dude that's playing the dude disguised as the other dude. Oh shit, that's Robert Downey Jr. I see you, geek. I see you over there. We got the pearls. Let's go. We can actually make fluke corals now. Alright, so if you guys are following along with the guided playthrough, we have finished Locavore. So it's highlighter, right? This means that we no longer are limited by this and we can start farming plants, right? So for that reasoning, we are going to migrate towards the wide hydroponic farm to start growing something called the fluke coral. This is actually going to be good stuff, as it's going to mean that we're not going to have to rely on polluted dirt. So what we're gonna do is, after this is done consuming the pea dirt, we are gonna turn this off. You guys don't know, Geeky's actually vegan. He's talking about more meat in the diets. Oh, we still got a delivery. God damn it. Because he misses having some protein. It's not easy. It is the easiest super sustainable. They give you a power source basically as soon as you're able to get the tech from here. You get the gasket, tie it up, and you just get free flowing 300 watts. It's really good. Also, given how super sustainable works, you don't have to store or use the power. You just have to have it built and connected to a wire, right? And you're good. I guess you might have to have a consumer at some point. But yeah, very easily the best. Now, there is some argument that you could make that starting on a metal-rich planet with all 3 dupes might be better. Bionic dupes. And all you do is make batteries. You could argue that might be easier. But this is free. You know what I'm saying? Free 99. Nothing beats free, man. Gratis. It's always good stuff. It'd be easier if you put a bit more work. You could ranch plug slugs, making batteries, discharging the batteries, right? Because in the metal ore you craft into power. Wait, does that count if you make power banks and you give a boop to consume it? Do they count as super sustainable? Because I was thinking about discharging with the discharger. Do boops eating the batteries count for super sustainable? That's a weird thing. I'm actually not sure how that works. Wait. No pea dirt. So we're going to unplug this so they don't actually supply this anymore. We're going to deconstruct it. We're going to be removing this and putting a flue corral setup here. So you have to properly discharge the batteries. Yeah, okay. So that would be a way to do it, I guess. Discharge the batteries. Damn, that sucks. I feel like that should count, dude. Alright, there's no more polluted oxygen. It's time to bop this. Alright, we have lettuce. We're gonna bop one of these guys. 3 of these guys. And then maybe we grab the sandy shell. Alright, done. Let's remove these. Let's remove that. We gotta mop this up. We have food, but it's like we want the seafood, right? For carnivore. And then we will have to start sacrificing some salt water. I guess we'll just grab it from here. Yeah, that should be fine. We're gonna bop some of the water weed, but we don't need the calories. All right, not bad. Let's mop this up. Let's also bop this and mop this up. Okay, we got the saltwater source now that we're going to be able to move out for the setup that we're going to want to do. We're going to remove all the tiles from here. Do a double check. 270 carnivore. All right, we're almost there. At 8 dupes, we need 125. So what is that? 15? About 20 cycles. About 15 to 20 cycles. It's like 18 cycles or something like that. So we should be good at 85 still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0 power wasted challenge when? Is that even possible? Is that even possible? No, we don't need to dig that yet. You don't count the passive loss by batteries, and then you use the rocket batteries, then yeah. That's still kind of tough. But I guess, yeah, I guess that could work. Zero power wasted challenge sounds dank, man. Like, what would the goal be? Beat the game without wasting power? Doesn't that just technically mean just use battery dischargers? Because you never waste power with those? There's no decay. That's so jank. Dischargers do work. Dischargers do work. You just gotta do a battery discharger run. Requires you to do battery management. You get to see the battery banks up top. Just becomes food 2.0. I guess we grab oil well. Alright, so if we do the corals here. I would need this ranching area to be converted. If we do the coral here, we might get in the way of this. So first things first, we're gonna mine out the back wall. Add a run where I put my electricity into power banks that had a power spine of Flidos deliver batteries everywhere. It was fun, surprisingly efficient. Flidos. This guy had to rush plastic. Fidos cost plastic, right? They do? Oh yeah, you still gotta get Drekos. Haha, Drekos always the best. Alright, let's do some drywall digging because we're gonna have tiles here. Alright, so if we do the corals here, that means we got the wall set up here. We do these two. DLC sources of plastic pretty easy. You rush Tublias? I mean, that does work though. Oh yeah, this is not supposed to be regular tile. Trim that. No background. I guess that's true. You have to not get burned though. It's basically oil 2.0. Instead of rushing down to the bottom for oil, you rush down for plastic. And then just kind of wait for it to kind of work out. All right, let's cut this for a second so we could create mud. You get a free suit at the beginning without going to the swamp. Swimsuit? Wait, the swimsuit prevents you from taking heat damage? I don't understand insulation thickness from this game still yet, man. God damn. Oh, bopping the first chair. I see you over there. I see you over there. $12. $5. Okay. $5. We have to grab these. Okay, and then we kind of make it work with the tidal spring. We kind of want to just dig everything here too. Use the suit, grab the reed, and whatever else you need. I mean, you got to tech up. So I guess you tech up while digging downwards. And then you got to fill the suit up. No, it is pre-rads. But it's like it's like, what is this? 5 techs, 7 techs, and then supercomputer on top of that, about 10 technologies. Dude, stop planning over here, man. Yeah, it's not too bad. Probably do all of that while digging downwards anyways. There's a good chance you gotta wait for like abyssalite digging too. Dude, that's the speedrunner habits. If it's in Radbull tech, avoid. That is 100% speedrun strats, man. All right, I will need to harvest another pearl. I think I need to just go up top. And I think we will. We're going to want to build this, get this set up. We're going to run mesh tiles here. This is probably going to be solid. And we're going to have to add water here at some point. Can this sit in pea water? It can. Ooh, that's gross. Current playthrough highest power wasted. How would you waste power? It's from a generator, right? It would have to be from a generator. Dude, Flucorals is strong. I am a fan. I am a fan. Blue corals do be the strong, dude. Just generate overproduction. Because I'm thinking it's like, if you just run wheels for life, that technically works too, no? Battery runoff from... Okay, yeah, that's kind of tough. That's where the proper batteries, the power banks are better. Whose idea was it to do something like that, man? Like, what the hell is this? Let's do a no wasted power strat. All right, we got to do a little bit of cooked seafood. It's gonna be downtime. Cycle 69, quick check. 291. Feels economical. Why don't make Beacon Ranch with fluke corals in? That's exactly what we're doing. I just want to make a second one first. And then we're gonna put the beacons inside. But we gotta make the box first. And then move in the water. Otherwise the beacons have a bad time. But we doing that. Yeah, of course it's small. Oh, Beacon Ranch. I see what you're saying. This is free. I am gonna keep the beacon wild. Because if you do that, the beacons kind of just, you know, lay one egg and then he grows old, the egg hatches, and then the old beacon dies, and then the new beacon starts lighting it up. And then you don't have to feed the beacon. If you use automation really pulse the red signal do running on the wheel, it won't do manual gen overproduction. It cancels the animation, so don't stand there forever. Being is good. It is. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, we have free pearls. We're gonna go grab that so we can make our second. I mean, it's kind of tough. I don't know how we're gonna be able to go in without draining out the water. But we need to do that. Grab the pearls. Get the second farm that we want to do right here. We were out of pearls, so we can't grab it. There's one here that's going to be ready soon, though. And then everywhere else does not have... I guess this one. Just in a bad spot. But yeah, otherwise this is the only other pearl spot for us. Okay, cook seafood. Let's go for one more. Wouldn't mind having this dug out so we could reach a lot of the items there. We will need to fill this up with water at some point. Maybe we do the door setup right here, right? So let's pop this. Move the door right there. Okay. Let him get some more water, fresh water for the tech. Realizing how much water this actually goes through. It's a lot, man. Okay, we're gonna do the fire pole strat here. This does nothing except have a visual benefit. It looks cool. Okay, and then we're gonna have to feed in some water from there. I think for now we're just gonna have a bottle drainer do this. Salt water. And then this is gonna drain. And then we want to do stairway. We probably do want to go up this way. Salt water goes into there, not bad. And then we're probably going to want to box up a lot of the ocean over here. This already kind of makes sense to do like a setup like this. This becomes 15 tiles. And we end up something like that. That should be perfectly fine. No turbine yet, so we're not really too pressed for that. This one's going to be 1 tile wide. That's what it feels like. Oh, they did the sweeping. Let's go. All right, let's clean up the eating area, sleeping area, toilets, the spawn point. Sweep those items if we're tired or not doing anything, and the kitchen. Sweep all those up. Key dirt's at 10 kgs. Keeping it low is kind of nice. Right, they're eating. We're probably going to need some more seafood for tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get a little bit ahead with that. And then if anything, I guess it could be eating some of the slugs. Could be something to do. We're not moving out the eggs fast enough. This is on normal settings. We just need someone to move out the eggs. Oh, we made a Gilgo. No way. There we go. They're cramped, and I didn't know why. I was like, oh, we got the Gilgo. Oh, that thing's gonna be hot. Ugh. At least that means we can make a spawn now. We get some gold. Not really, but kind of really at the same time. All right, did we get the dig up top? We're waiting for this. We need the second set of pearls to continue the next step. That's not too bad. Shine nymph. Sure. Oh, you're gonna bother the people sleeping now. Oh, you might eat the phosphorite. Oh no, bro. Think about... We lied. We shouldn't have let him in the colony. Oh no, bro. I forgot he's gonna eat the phosphorite. We gotta save that for the beacons. The real shine bugs. That's funny. Beacons and shine bugs have the same diet. I mean, it makes sense. Because phosphorite produces light. Yes. If you have a phosphorite diet, man. Alright, we have a good amount of water. Stop that so we can just spin the mud. We're gonna make our way up at some point. Now we're gonna go on 3x speed. We're really just chilling at this point. There shouldn't be much to do. Yeah, the shine bugs are really if you're trying to do the maximum decor. You gotta put that next to a sporkid. That's like 200 decor right there. I guess we should have a fridge for some of the food that doesn't perish. That's the name. Phosphor means the light bringer. right. The unperishables, nutrient bars, snack fruit. That's it, right? Everything else perishes. Muscle tongue, I guess. We're not allowed to eat those anymore. Wait, muscle tongue doesn't rot, does it? That's the... Yeah, that's not a thing, right? Element indeed means emit light, and shine bugs don't glow anymore when they're glum, so you could use the diamond shine bug adults in the bedrooms. Oh, wow. So they still give the deck. Dude, that's so sad. Someone comes over to your house, it's like, dude, why is your shine bug so so sad? It's like, oh yeah, we keep them that way. I was like, wait, what? That's messed up, yo. Why is your shine bug so sad? Oh, we just keep him that way. You know, he's cool. I have a shine bug ranch, and I occasionally take an adult and stuff them into a room that needs the core radiation. Radiation makes sense, but like for the rooms, for decor, those rads a little strong. All right, at this point, we're just pre-teching stuff that we would want to pre-tech. So we're just going to be grabbing Critter Condo. We can't do the Rabble research, but we do the other stuff leading into it. It is, that's true. Getting that aquatic diet is kind of nice. You do get it from pretty much everything. That's funny. APP gave us so much aquatic food that you can't avoid the diets. We have about 6,000. Let's go for another fish. Just trying to maintain the fish calories a little bit high up. Do I not have a dude with dig skill? It is, who is this? Bert. Bert, what do you do? Bert does the building. What? Bert does the building. Oh my god, Ocean Man doesn't have abyssalite digging. Oh, that's so stupid. Ocean Man learned how to swim, but not how to dig. What buff? Aquatic diet gives you radiation resistance. I think everyone has it right now, right? No, we don't. Right here. Aquatic diet, 20%. A little bit of salt water. Yep, that's supposed to happen. I was wondering why this was not getting dug out. I was like, he's probably building something. Okay, so it looks like we're going up this way. And then we going out that way. Then we go out this way, that way. This way, that way. What's going on, Silent One? Welcome in. Going up this way, going up that way. Looking pretty good. We are looking to grab some pearls right now to get the coral set up. We are in dire need of the pearls. You get through power? Yeah, we're done. We beat the game. We got through, beat all of the initial storyline. And then we went to fight hard mode Grizzbolt. And I was like, god damn, this is tough. We had the 4-star party with 250 cumulative stats on each pal. You know, the IVs that goes out of 100 and there's 3 of them. We have 250 plus. Most of them have above 270. So like they were really decent pals. I ran the Phalaris Agua, Neptilius, the Lunker Legend. So we had 2 rainbow stats on that too. That's the boss that's in the little ice island that's like really good at swimming. Then I ran a Hell Zephyr Volt. That's the lightning bird. That's half dark. And then we also ran Jormuntide Ignis, which is the lake fire variant. The lake dragon. It can't fly, it just swims, right? Long snake. And I'm not gonna lie, man. We got beat up. Like, we were putting up a fight, but we did 20% of the damage. I mean, of his health. Throughout the entire fight. So it's like, I was really far from actually winning. The run was good. I just feel like hard mode wasn't worth it, so we were pretty much done with the game. Like, after you beat the game, you play it on hard mode, right? They up the difficulty of all of the key spheres, guys. It just didn't feel like I wanted to do the breeding for the 4 rainbows and then getting a 90 plus on all the attributes. You know what I'm saying? And then you gotta buy the fruit to make it 100. That way you don't have to breed for that much longer. And then it's like, you gotta do that for the full party, and you gotta select good pals. Which makes it sound like you gotta run all legendaries. It's like, man, this sucks. I didn't want to do that, because it felt like the pal that you actually wanted to run mattered. Like, I couldn't run, you know, the lamb ball at the beginning. The base stats are just too bad to run and stuff like that. So it became a thing where I was like, yeah, maybe not. Oh, we're at space already? Goddamn. I'm sitting here waiting for War Dogs to come out. Tempted to download Tarkov to fill time. Yo, man, play some Oni with us, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. $6K seafood, 2K BBQ. Alright, we gotta let him eat. Valheim. Dude, Valheim would be so much better with better graphics, man. All right, Psycho 73. They're getting another update. Let's go. 329. We need 71. That's what, 9 cycles? We'll get there. We'll get there. 1, 2, 3, 4. No shells. Oh, we're not arming the trap. We need to. What kind of update is Valheim going to be getting? What is the North update? Valheim's actually getting 1.0? Wow. Are they going to do like a big update for 1.0? Or is it going to be like whatever you have is whatever you have? Oh, is that the Mistwalker biome? The mists that they were talking about? Alright, May gets ranching. Let's go. We gotta allow the settings to change slightly. I guess that doesn't matter. Then it should be good. Yep. Far North. Miss Lens is old. That's already out, huh? And then last biome. Dude, I hope they do like a big overhaul update that most games that release 1.0 do. If they do that, they would probably get a huge spike in new players / returning players. But if they don't, I could see a lot of people being like, meh. We got 50 pearls. We need to get 50 more. I've been careful to avoid that on my maps. It should be fine. That's another thing about Valheim, man. I feel like every time you find a new biome, it's like scary. Like, am I actually ready for this? You go to the plains for the first time, you fight a mosquito, and you're like, okay, man, maybe not today. This mosquito is beating my ass. Alright, maybe we do want to bop this layer and start pumping out some CO2. Alright, start to dig. Technically, working up here still. Yep. Food is good. They're already eating. They're eating the seafood first, which is really nice. But it also means that my lettuce is going to rot soon. Killing 5 beacons each time, because that's exactly 8,000 calories. I remember vividly fighting my first mosquito on Valheim. A few hours grind and journey back, get the gear. Yep, that's the worst thing, man. You gotta go get the gear, and it's a struggle. At least they allow you to build portals. I remember the first advice to everyone. The moment you land on the new biome place, secure an area to build your portal. It's like, trust me. You want to do it, man. You want to do it. It do be the scary times. I was driving on the boat and I was looking for the landfall. I was hovering over the water. I couldn't even set. Oh, man. The mosquitoes, they got that charge attack move, right? They just run at you and it's like, oh, GG. You know, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Yo, what in the world? Echo, coming in with the raid. Thanks so much, Echo. Welcome in. Who knows, yo, welcome in. Mr. Rusty, how are you? Shout outs to Echo. Playing some Factorio. Nice, dude. How's the stream? Hopefully the Factorial time was a good time. Are you doing the space age stuff, man, with the rocket ship? I see you over there. If you guys are just tuning in, coming in with the Echo Raid, welcome in. Mr. Rusty, who knows? Yo, Weird Dreams. Kamiroski, welcome in, welcome in. Hopefully stream went well. And of course, if you guys don't know me, my name is Too Legit. We're playing some Oni. This game Echo Plays 2. So you guys may be familiar with the oxygen not included. If you guys have any questions, though, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Right now, we're doing somewhat of a guided Aquatic Planet Pack, all achievements run. So it's like, if you need help getting all achievements, we're going to go through, get all the achievements. Most recent update. And then, you know, talk about the steps we're going through. Everything's already pretty much set up. All we're doing now is kind of waiting to get Carnivore with the Beacon Ranch. And then once we get that, we'll be continuing on to do some other stuff. But yeah, man. Not gonna lie. If you guys have questions, feel free to let me know. Hi to legit, he had to run. So he might not be able to come in and chat. All good. Hopefully Echo had a good stream. Brisket has no bones. It shouldn't. If you eat the good brisket. I see you over there, Turtle Hermit. Never heard of the Onis. It'd be like that sometimes, man. I see you over there, though. Echo had to run. But yo, man, appreciate you guys for tuning in. We're kind of just casually chatting right now. We're talking about how baby back ribs are better than spare ribs because they don't have that little bone in the middle of it. And it's only that one large bone. How's stream going though? We doing all right, man. Stream's all right. Just going through the Oni stuff. You know, guys know how it is with the streams. But yeah, man, same-o, same-o. Not much has changed. It's more or less kind of the same. But yo, guys, welcome in, welcome in. Guys, people coming in. I got a question for you guys. Have any of you guys heard about anything regarding away team? I haven't heard anything, man. So I'm curious to hear if you guys heard anything. Guys coming in with Echo Raid. We adopted a kitten a month ago. We now have 4. Oh, wow. I see you, Silent One. Take care of the babies. The first year of a kitten's life, it's like the most important. And it's like you kind of have to treat them like a puppy. After that first year, they'll grow a lot more independent, stuff like that. And they become a lot easier to kind of just have them do their thing. But yeah, man, I will say that first year of a kitten, raising them is pretty pivotal. I wish, yo, man. I want to hear some good news. Another playtest, maybe. I love ribs so much, all types. I'm more of a fan of baby back ribs. Spare ribs are not bad. They taste good too. It's just that I don't like dealing with that extra random bone that just sticks out. We got her to be a friend to her 2-year-old, and now they hate each other. But now they just play all day. And they hated each other at first, but now they play all day. Yeah, man. It takes a little bit of time to get adjusted to the other kitty cats. I saw this YouTube short. It was a blind cat, no eyes. And they adopted a new cat. And the blind kitty cat just could not stop sniffing the new cat. It was like, oh yeah, that's just how he gets to know people. Because, you know, he can't see the other kitty cats. He doesn't know that they're a new kitty cat. They could only smell them. I was like, oh wow. Interesting stuff, man. Oh, we don't have Rad Bull tech. Let's go grab Sushi Bar. We're just doing a little bit of pre-teching right now. Man, I used to enjoy watching cat videos. But I feel like nowadays, I can't even tell if it's AI or real video. Feels bad, man. Because like back in the days, it'd be like, oh yeah, we caught this on video. And it'd be like a weird cat interaction. Now it's like, man, that's probably fake. Mamba's weird. Mamba, so I keep, first thing is that I don't think I'd be able to afford another kitty cat. And then the second thing is Mamba is the king, man. Mamba's the king. I've had other kitty cats before. And Mamba is like, I don't know how to describe it. Kind of weird, I guess. I don't know. But for the most part, Mamba is very much... He has to be the king. And every time I've had another kitty cat over, whether it was like cat sitting or something, he's always getting into a fight. But it might be like what you said. At the beginning, they were getting into fights. You know, maybe it's just they got to get used to each other. But yeah, every cat I've ever cat sat, like they would hiss, do the very weird meows, yelling at each other, all that bad stuff. And as a result, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if I could be able to get into the cat. Mamba's just going to beat him up or get beat up himself. Yours are spoiled. Mamba's spoiled. I feel like Mamba knows he's spoiled and doesn't want other cats to take away from him. It really do feel like that at times. It's like the hamburger in the Matrix. The steak! Dude, I've been watching some of those movie breakdown videos that like break down the movie and like the deeper meaning and symbiology and all that good stuff. The Matrix is like a big topic, man. They're talking about the symbolism, how this relates to that. Neo is Jesus. And stuff like that. It's crazy, man. I saw one on Inception too. But those videos kind of interesting, man. It make me feel smarter than I actually am. I feel like part of the reason why I enjoy those. It's like, I did not come to this conclusion and I've seen the movie, but you know what? I'm gonna say that I also knew about this as I watched it. They don't think it'd be like it is, but we got the pearls. Okay, it's time. Second farm. Have you ever given your cats sticks, Silent One? Mamba doesn't like catnip. I've gotten him catnip before and he just ignores it. He doesn't care. But I have these Silvervine sticks that he loves. He will chew on them. And I'm like, it's weird. Cats chewing on logs. But he loves chewing on them, man. He'll chew on it, lay down for a while, and then I just have to make sure that it never gets too, like... You know, if it gets sharp or brittle looking and it's like he's able to like swallow chunks, that's bad. But I give him these sticks, man. Oh, we're out of seafood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8,000 calories. All right, we're going to reduce a little bit of the CO2. Breathability has gone down pretty badly. We're just going to plug in the algae diffuser as we're switching to the flucora. We have a lot of algae still and the background tile right here we can dig out. So we're going to be utilizing that. Okay, let's bump this up to a 7. They're all sleeping right now, though. We'll let them sleep. Oh, I only have 7 tables. All right, table number 8. I did not realize we didn't have enough tables. Feels bad. This is disconnected. We'll start getting some salt water here. We are also going to keep pumping here. P dirt, P mud. We have polluted oxygen in the sublimators. That's all that really matters. I wonder if they should make the sublimator accept polluted water. I feel like that's another thing we sublimate kind of as the oxygen source. It wouldn't be bad to have like a setup for that. Ah, slugs. That's technically meat. Take them out, boys. Before we eat some of the metals. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? We're doing all this stuff to off-gas water. I feel like having a building for it, or maybe just upgrading the sublimation station to accept also polluted water and mud at that point, right? And it'd be the same thing. The evaporator DLC, it's going to be on the Boop planet that's super hot, because it's like the logic is that in hot weather water evaporates. It's going to be jank, but it's going to be the play. Honestly, who knows, man? Has to be boost. No, don't say that. I want it to be another planet pack. Don't say that it's not going to be. They got to do a new Spaced Out size DLC. They change how oxygen is made and we have to relearn it. Like how they redid space. It would have to be in like that line of like processing. That'd be wild. Right, we have seafood. They're good. They're going to be eating soon. We have BBQ now as well. Not too bad. All right, we pumped a little bit of the CO2. Got 200 kgs. For the most part, the oxygen is getting kind of low, but we're starting to get this set up. Gonna get some clean water here. I might want to go here and grab that clean water just for the funsies. This is the only other pool of clean water. You know what? I think we just pump from here, dude. I feel like that kind of makes sense. Because we're not going to want this long term. And we're just going to pump the water in like that. Oh, this guy's just causing problems. And then we'll be generating water this way still. Because we kind of should. This does mean we don't make as much pea dirt. Kind of sucks. We'll get it soon, though. We'll get it soon. This is... I don't know what tile is oriented. So we're just going to have to put a ladder here. Hopefully we could reach both. All right, pitcher pump. Pitcher pump. We're gonna need some more water. Okay, we're gonna be trying to grab it from here. It's releasing. We're filtering out water. Research has caught up. Pretty good. Let's grab steam turbine tech. I've always thought, man, Baldur's Gate is one of those things that's like... There's so many moments I feel like it's kind of funny, but I hate to reference them because of the deeper meaning. I remember one time I was like, yo, Bipper Bang, and then someone in chat was like, you know, that guy beats his wife, right? I was like, ah, shit. I can't say Bipper Bang anymore. It really do be like that, man. Yeah, it is, but it's like, you know, someone's gonna say it. I just thought it sounded kind of funny. They don't think it be like it is though, but it do. Oh, they're done sweeping. I didn't realize that. Let's clean up this floor. And these 2 floors as well. Cleaning up the base a little bit at a time. All right, that's gonna be kind of nice. Having a nice space is always good, right? Seafood at 16, little bit of BBQ, so they have food. I still think it sounds funny. It's just that I feel like I shouldn't be trying to say Bipperbang. It's just like, oh man. It's like, you ever laugh at a joke that's like kind of racist? And then it's like, I can't be laughing about this in public. People are going to call me out. But it's funny. I saw a comedian do it's not racist, but it's a joke based on race. And he was talking about the I don't know who Jeff Dunham is, actually. He was talking about how he was doing a show with that joke and how people were like, dude, that's super racist. And the funny thing was that it was basically an African-American joke. And the people that said, dude, that's racist, were white people. And the funny thing was that the black people there were like, dude, that was really good, and giving them props. It's just so weird, the duality of how that works out. Doff 87, I don't know what that is. Puppet guy, I don't know the puppet guy. I do not know the contacts. I do not do the understand. But yeah, it's one of those things, man. It just feels bad to talk about certain things just because it's like, you know, you're on the internet, everyone's just trying to call people out because of the anonymity of the internet. Everyone's just looking for like, oh yeah, man, look at this guy, he's a bad person. Some way to kind of justify that. Is a comedian using puppets? He's a ventriloquist. Oh, that's his thing. Yeah, I can't say I've seen any of his stuff. $12,000. All right, we have enough seafood. Did our lettuce rot? It feels bad. Oh, we got all the water here now. We kind of have to actively do this. We're not producing dirt though, so that probably hurts us. All right, let's stop doing this. We'll let the mud spinner do a lot of the water processing. We need that pea dirt, man. We do. And we're just releasing bottles manually. Keep this empty. Technically speaking, the releasing of the bottles should be faster than the filter. This has enable auto bottle. There we go. And then hopefully we'll be able to spin the mud, get some pea dirt. Oh, we're out of mud too. You know what we could do? Empty this out into the bottom and grab the mud from there. That probably makes a lot of sense. We'll try to set that up. So, over here, we just have a CO2 pump connected to a canister filler. This has been pretty great, IMO, for maintaining the CO2. Since you get a canister, you get to pump out exactly 200 kgs or whatever you set it to. And then it kind of just stops itself. So it's like, you can let it run. You don't really need to automate or check on it. And then it's going to lower the CO2 by an amount. And then if it's too much again, you just slide the slider down to 0. It pops out a canister like this. And then you just continue pumping again. So it's kind of nice. I've been enjoying that, to be honest. It's been an easy way to deal with the CO2. Gum palm. I guess we also grab pin pocket. It's at the bottom. We'll eventually get some, but it's like getting it now could be kind of nice. All right, we're going to release the pea water into here. Also get a little bit more mud. Want to keep releasing the water if we can. So a lot of maintenance work right now. We're just sweeping, trying to eat the fish meat for carnivore. And that's all we're doing right now. Trying to get carnivore. Locavore is done. Let's do a quick check. We should be close. We are 371. So we're almost there. Super sustainable is at 90,000. That is more than a third of the way. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And we're doing nothing except running the tidal turbines. Like, we're not even running the wheat. This is at 25%. Pretty good. Infinite bottling. Does this count as an exploit? It shouldn't. This is a legit run. Nothing weird's going on here. All right, so it's very clearly that we're not going to need the incubators anymore. So we're just going to remove this. We're going to release the water from here. We are going to effectively bop the nori, but it should be fine. We have more nori up top. All right, still trying to do the sludge press shenanigans. We're not doing rocket batteries this playthrough. Apparently it's too cheesy, lemon squeezy. I'm like, okay, man. We'll do it the hard way. So we're just moving out some bottled waters. Oh, we're out of food, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. This... Oh, we're gonna watch something be born, boys. Oh, look at that little guy. He's gotta go. Oh, he gets caught. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Dude, if you're doing the no power waste, the rocket batteries are so nice. Big capacity, man. All right. This is 12 tiles. Okay, cool. We now need to find a wild beacon. Oh, we just broke into a new area up top, right? Beacon egg. We're gonna move this guy into here. All right, he's going to be the wild beacon that's going to carry us. Let's go. We are no longer using the auto manual sweeper, so we won't grab the wild egg for the ranch right here. That we have 69 beacons. Let's go. Nice, boys. Easy every time. 69. Keep grabbing some water. Oxygen's a struggle a little bit, but once we get the flu corral, man, it's gonna be nice. This is gonna hatch in 3 cycles. We have time for that. Cooked seafood's pretty good. A little bit of meat. We might actually stop doing salts for the slogos because it is eating a lot of our salt. Kind of sucks. Okay, still got to dump out the water. We're out of mud. All right, so we'll get the mud. We need to start mining the mud. All right, should be not too bad. We want to clear that out so we continue mud spitting for a little bit of extra O2. And then we're probably going to want to start getting up a little bit more of the flu corrals. So if you guys, oh yeah, I haven't planted anything, so you actually can't see it. It's going pretty good. All right, there's 1,800 kgs of water here. We're going to move it here. Actually, we're going to move it to here. And then we're going to empty it all at once. Bump this up. Dupes are eating. Looks like we do need a little bit more seafood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Flooding is on my biobot, so we might have to drain the water from here slightly. And I think I might want to fill up the tidal springs with clean water so that we could keep the salt water to feed the flu corrals that we're going to be using. Just going to be getting some fish. Okay, so this is done, right? I guess we keep the doors. We are no longer going to have poke shells being ranched. We might keep this area. That does mean I should probably sweep this. A lot of sweeping we need to do still, but it's cleaning up. A lot of the areas are looking a little bit nicer. Look at that. Clean floors. A little bit of sand right here. Kind of bad, though. A lot of the water is right there. All right, so we are going to deconstruct, reconstruct. Mud's back. Oh, huh? We actually missing a ladder. Okay, let's rebuild the liquid res. There's a 5-ton bottle here now that we're going to want to put here. All right, empty. Come on, my dupes. Hit the empty button. Splash. Pretty good. All right, so once this hatches, we're going to plant the seeds. And we're getting through to the mud. Let's go. Saw the pea water did dip down, but we should be fine here. We do want to continuously do this. Hey, Too Legit, have you ever seen Sandistry? I can't say I've heard of that game, no? Sandistry. It sounds like an industrial game where you use sand. So is it like sand castles? Haven't seen it, haven't heard of it. I would probably need you to tell me about it, man. If you guys don't know Cone Man, he thought he was going to be famous. Back in the days, there was a movie that he was a star of. Coneheads. He played the father. There was that infamous scene where he got mad at his daughter because she got a butterfly tattoo. Tramp stamp. And then he was big mad. Can't believe you did this. We gotta represent the Coneheads. He did not win an Academy Award, sadly. It was a bad time. Not Sandcastles. Factory in with Sand Physics just dropped. Oh, is it like Sand Physics? Is that like Noita? Where the pixel collapses? It seems okay. Factorial streamers picked it up. Interesting. Don't tell my secrets, yeah, man. He lives cushy though. He gets a letter in the mail from the Actors Guild for 10 cents every couple weeks when someone watches Coneheads on the Netflix. He says his honest work. Someone gotta do it. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even mad. Gotta get paid. You spent 300 hours in the demo? Damn. Must be good. Similar to Atom Craft. I've never played Atom Craft. Haven't heard of that either. Doobie the Atom Craft? You make atoms? Oh, we got a seal. Sonny the seal, you know that he's real. For $49.95, you'll know it's a deal. It's Sammy. Damn it, man. That Fresh Prince little infomercial soundbite lives rent-free in my brain. I kind of want to get this guy, but not at the same time. Alright, he's just going to be a mascot. He hangs out in the bedrooms. We're not gonna eat him. Let's go. Hey, man. It's only infinite if you don't eat it. It's fake infinite, dude. We could pivot to pemmican. This is messed up, but we don't have much meat. We have a lot of fish meat that you can't make pemmican out of. I guess we could convert our slogos that are eating all the salt into pemmican. We have, what, 80 slogos? Fish tacos. I don't want to grow grains, man. Growing grains suck. This guy got the jank setups. I too crush salt into table salt, then melt the table salt so that I could make more salt. Oh, he hatched. Let's go. Coral time. Oh, you're stealing from here? Just empty this then. Hit the empty button. Big empty. Ooh, give me that water. So we're gonna add enough water so that it gets to this layer. So what's gonna happen is that the beacons are gonna want to sip some oxygen. So by filling up the water to here, they can't sip the oxygen. Let's go. All right, let's bump these up to 7 because we do kind of want these fed. Is that it? It is done, boys. Carnivore. GG. 18 cycles to spare. So you guys could see the beacons have carried us all the way through. Pretty good. We have 1 beacon per dupe. And we have a lot of extra fish. So, if you guys were following along, you guys should be getting carnivores somewhat soon, if not as, you know, now. But we have 17 cycles to spare. So if you guys have not got it yet, you still have time. No worries. At this point, we want to provide oxygen now that we have food situated. And since the food is alive via ranching, we could easily just kind of trickle that in as we need the food. There's no limitations anymore. We planted our first plant, and you guys can see right here. We still have locavore, even though there's the no farm plants X'd out. We're able to still get the achievement since it's already done, and then we still continue this. So we are now going to be trying to solve the oxygen issue, which is going to be using flu corals. We could use an electrolyzer setup, but these are pretty good. And we also did the first objective for Minnow that gives us the gasket. Of course, we are going to be doing a little bit of expansion the moment we get the oxygen set up a little bit better. And then after we do that, we're going to be working on the other achievements. So looking at this, nothing is too bad on here. Oh, we have to get a bionic dupe. And we got to do data driven. Okay. Rad researchers, so we will have to get into the bee biome and do a reactor setup, which is not bad. I guess we could do a reactor setup. And then we have moral high ground. Sweeter than honey. We could do that. All right, mind the gap might be the next thing we might want to do, because it's the most time consuming one. And then we have to start mutating plants, which we could do later. Now, the funny thing with that is that if you do locavore, you have no farmer skill developed. It's so funny how that works out, man. So that means doing GMO AOK is that much harder because you have low seed chance. We already know that we're going to be wanting to farm mealwood because that's going to be the only way to make sushi. So that's going to be another thing we're going to want to set up at some point. We can't do it yet because it's actually too hot to grow mealwood. So we're going to either have to go to the ice biome or make a more temperature controlled area, which that's probably going to be our solution. We just got to, you know, clear some space, pump and filter some water, do the things. We're still trying to do a little bit more mud spinning, get the pea dirt. So we're at a weird stage right now where we're just making sure we don't fail the super sustainable by generating power via something else. And then we're just going to be trying to set ourselves up for success. So setting up the flu corral, this is going to be a great stabilization. This is going to be a constant 150 per. So that ends up being what? 300? This is going to be 3 dupes of oxygen perpetually. All right, let's add in the salt water. We still need to add a little bit more water. So this is 3 dupes perpetual. We'll keep the pea dirt setups on, but we'll want to make more of these. So there's 2 here. We're going to want to spread them out because of the oxygen is going to be made at the location. So it's always going to be better for us to find a way to spread out the oxygen without pumping it. Another thing we're probably going to want to do is deal with the saltwater geyser. We're probably going to want to tap that so that we have a stable source of salt water for the flu corral. So there's going to be some setup involved, a lot of power. So that's going to be probably something like what we did last time, but we just have to get to the bee biome, which is going to be a little bit below us. So no rush for the bees. That would be the next thing to rush to because the bees are going to give us a Radbolt tech. Right, there's going to be a lot of technology that requires Radbolt, but this requires stable power. So I don't really have a rush to do that since we're going to be doing super sustainable with the turbines. But maybe we could grab the vulcanizer and make a little bit more of the gaskets and then tie all, well, not all, a new set of tidal turbines for the Radbolt. Of course, while that's going to be something we want to do, I'm going to want to, you know, make sure we have enough oxygen. That's going to be our immediate goal. We're going to keep the slugs for now, keep the beacons for now, and we're not really too worried about the food anymore. Everything's pretty good. Phosphorite has gone up. And that's only because we dug out a little bit right here. Otherwise, we're in great shape. We could also start turning off the algae diffuser. Stop using the algae. We still want to fill up to the top. Going through. Alright, not bad. Sweeping. Okay, so the next thing we're going to want to do then might be to start cleaning up the tidal turbines here. Makes a lot of sense that we would do this, to be honest. We could dig up this from the bottom later. Release the water into the bottom half. We're going to want a 5-wide setup. That way we could put airflow on top. That does mean we're going to have to uproot this starnacle right there. And then move out the bloater fish. Okay, grabbing salt water from this pool at the moment. Okay, pea dirt's at 10 kgs. I probably want to keep allowing them to do their thing, but I want to process some more pea water still. Outside of that, we're going really good right now. So, of course, I would imagine that you guys have a easy time managing the base. There's not much we really have to talk about there. Oxygen's being made. It's very breathable. Food is already kind of done. Since we did carnivore and we have the population of dupes with the ranching tied together, that shouldn't have changed. And then right now we're just trying to tech up, get stabilized a little bit more on the oxygen side. That way we don't have to rely on doing the pea dirt loop. Though this is great for the beginning, I probably do want to continue doing as much of the mud as we can before we transition to all food corral, because this does wait on the pearls, which we're lacking right now. Don't really have a way of getting any more glass. So all we could really do is have this and we'll start boxing this up. The main reason we're doing this is because we kind of used up a lot of the critters from this small little ocean. I don't know if you could even call this an ocean. But as a result, you know, we're gonna just utilize the water here too. So we're probably gonna want to dig up this fluke corral at some point. The beacons are already all gone. We just have a couple bloater fish making some oxygen. And then for the most part, we're gonna be trying to set this up so that we have the setup that we want here. We do want to make this box. I guess we do want to sweep this. Move out the bloater egg to the outside. So that these guys don't continue the lives inside. We don't want them in here and getting stuck. I'm also thinking about changing the wire. The insulated conductive wire is so good. I remember that carrying us so much. That was so good, man. Insulated conductive line has been awesome times. We just need a better way of getting plastic. So last time I did do Drecos, because we had Drecos in the rust biome. I don't see any so far. We could still get one, but I don't know if we'll go down the Dreco route. Dreco would be the best because you get both reed fiber and plastic pretty easily. Very low maintenance. And it's going to be for the mealwood as well, so it's not too bad. The only thing I'm worried about is... well, I guess I'm not worried. I guess Tublias we never really interacted with, so maybe we should do that this time. Alright, got a sweet. Oh my god, my man got stuck. Alright, we'll open him up. Let him leave. Make an airflow there. Actually, no, yeah, we put an airflow there. Whoa! Elevator. Yeah, it's over to the right, man. This is 15. Dude, that's gonna break. We'll let that push out. We might actually just keep this as regular wire. But I should try to get... I mean, I don't have plastic. I'm thinking regular wire on this should be fine, though. Still working on a little bit of water from this. What's going on, Isfan? Welcome in. We got carnivore, dude. We got it done. The beacons carried us. And then locavore is done too, so we're doing fluke corral for oxygen now. He's chilling, man. Sleepy time. You got a pet seal. We can't rename him, so his name is just gonna be Pup. But yeah, man, everything's going good. No exploits, no infinite storages. Everything is legit gameplay. So we're still holding that true, dude. Doing a little bit of sweeping, got that set up. Cleaning up some of the rooms, make it look a little bit better. But yeah, right now we're doing a little bit of maintenance work. We're going to be trying to set these up so that we could box them up and then use some of the water. You started a rewatch? Nice. It's going to be on YouTube as well, eventually. But right now we're kind of chilling out. We need some more pearls to make more oxygen. We're going to be doing a little bit of cleanup in the base. And then once we have enough oxygen, we could explore. Because one of the things that sucks is as you dig out the new areas, they are going to need oxygen and they're going to pull from your base. I want to make sure we're provided first. Remember when you took the 4th dupe? Yeah, probably around cycle 3? What about it? The first printout, I took a dupe. Cycle 3, right? Or you're saying dupe number 7. Like 4th printed dupe. Technically very different. How come they don't want to sweep this? Alright, we want to get the water up to here. We do have pips. What should have been the ideal dupe? A cook? A rancher. Number 4, cycle 3. I didn't have a set rancher as my starter set. And if you print out a dupe on cycle 3, they get a skill point before everyone else does. Technically, getting a rancher would be ideal, because in the run, you're going to want at least 2 ranchers. A cook would be not bad if you didn't start with one as well. That's also a pretty good option, because you will want to be cooking for carnivore. And one of the things is that you're going to have like a random critter, you know, evolve, and you're just going to have food there that's not cooked. So the sooner you get a cook, the better. But yeah, ranching, because you need to wait to get the 2nd skill point, I would prioritize that over it. No, dude. Pull out the seal too. What's going on, Mimic? Welcome in. Sup? Sometimes I go to the second planet for the dupe with 3 skill points to rush the rancher. You can do that as well. Going to the second planet to get the 3 skill points. It's always a good strat. There's usually enough food there to survive for the recharge period. It's not a bad idea, man. Alright, man, we gotta move this guy. And then we're gonna box this up. We are gonna bop the ladder here. We're gonna sweep up the items as well. What? You fall asleep? You narcoleptic? You use narcoleptic. Okay, that's fair, man. We'll give it to you. Bionics in Water Planet is a pain. It is. We're gonna have to do that achievement though. We're gonna have to get a bionic dupe, lock him in somewhere. Maybe make the bionic dupe a cook that never leaves the kitchen. That way he doesn't have to swim and have a bad time. But we have to do that bionic achievement, funny enough. Alright, so this is good. Get watertight. I mean, you just lock him in the bedroom. Technically, that works. Technically. Alright, let's seal this up, boys. Oh, is this gonna spill? Back down. Okay, cool. Okay, on this side, technically we want to dig and build this out. For the sake of the safety, we should do that tile there for now. Ooh, this is ready. Alright, we have enough water here. So this beacon's going to be chilling. He's wild. He's going to provide enough light for these two. And then not only that, we blocked it so that he's not going to be able to go sip on the oxygen. Good stuff, good stuff. No. Village. Mop it up, boys. Mop it up. This is a little bit dangerous because it's going to fill it up the waters. And we're going to want to sweep out the siltstone. Hopefully no one gets stuck there. Oh, let's go. Alright, now build this, seal it up. We have a nice setup. What's going on, Frankie? Welcome in. Did you get pizza today, man? You know what's something I've always wanted to make? Mexican pizza. Ooh, that low-key pressurized. We're gonna open that up before it breaks my walls right there. How does that work? So you do a layer, you take the biggest tortilla you have. Right? The biggest tortilla. And then you put a layer of meat, cheese. And then he put another tortilla on top. So it's kind of like a meat quesadilla, but instead of folded, it's too flat. And then on top of that, you put another layer of toppings. So it's usually at the top part, you put like onion, cilantro, more meat, more cheese. And then you slice it up like a pizza. And then you dip it in consomme. So it's kind of like birria. Have you ever had that? Dude, it seems delicious. That would be the reasoning why. It seems delicious. I might be wrong. Yeah. They had that. If you look up birria pizza, you'll see what I'm talking about. I do hear that the concept sounds better than how it actually is. Not because it tastes bad, but because it's messy to eat. No, not the Taco Bell one. Not what they have over there, man. I love the meat one, just pure carne between the bread and cheese on top. Yeah, that's probably pretty good too. But yeah, man, look that up, man. I just also really like the flavor profile. Can't help it, man. Can't help it. But if you look that up, man, you know what I'm talking about. The birria pizza. Dude, they suck up all the oxygen in the bedroom. All right, let's get a little bit more for airflow purposes. It looks good. It does, right? I'm telling you, man. It's good stuff. All right, I am gonna consider pit planting some coral. It is time. It is time. I guess we could do it down here. Wouldn't be too bad. Right, first things first, we're going to trim a little bit of the sand area. We'll keep the water weed there. Lower this water level slightly. You need the Mexican homies. Yo, man. It's always good to have homies. Alright, lower the water level down slightly. Nice. Okay, so I want to make the coral here. And I remember from last time, we got wrecked. By the way, the aiming thing you hated for PoE 2 was a bug and it was fixed yesterday. Was it? Because they said the same thing when they added in the second targeting mode. And I was like, I don't know if that fixed it. Because they attempted to fix it last time and they never actually did it. So they did it this time, right? Right. They put a patch, okay. I will believe. I haven't either, man. It's one of those things where it's like, that's just PoE in the PoE seasons, yo. Right? It's like, that's just kind of the nature of Path of Exile. After you finish the season, you're kind of just done with the game. Oh, dude, is this an exploit? Making natural tiles with the mechanized airlocks? Is this allowed? Because we're doing like a no exploit run, right? Feels bad, man. Hopefully this is allowed. Otherwise, making natural tiles is gonna suck. The restart is gonna be on the 26th. Alright, so let me show you Ishfan. Because the thing with it is that this has been in the game ever since the game was made. And it's because of how the code works. So, you probably don't know this, but in this game, the mechanized airlock is 2 metal tiles that are coded to allow dupes to walk through. That's just how it works in the game. So this is zinc, right? So this is just 2 solid tiles of zinc. If I deconstruct this, alright, you'll see. Watch this. Watch this. You'll see a tile behind it. Oh, you didn't see it. Ah, damn it. When you deconstruct the door, there's going to be tiles there. Another way to see that as well is if you just load the game, sometimes you'll see tiles there instead of a door. You'll see that also on a partially revealed Gravitas facility. The window tiles that are like on the side are just glass, like actual natural glass tiles, and then they just change the skin. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, we should allow that. There's always cooking dirt or glass tiles, yeah. But now that I'm thinking about it, if we're doing like, we gotta clean the toilet water for the bathroom loop, I feel like we should probably not allow this. It would make life a lot harder though. And there would be no case where you wouldn't use that. But you know what? We'll do this. Oh man, that means we can't actually make more oxygen until we get Rad Bull Tech. That's the thing. Like, we could do it later properly, but now it looks like if we can't do it, we just won't do it. Yeah, a bunch of things in the game, this game, yep. Metal tile, airlock, very well exploit. It's been there so long, it might be intended now. That's what I'm thinking, but who knows? For the sake of the run, we won't do it. For the sake of the run, we won't do it. We'll just wait till we get some more pearls and make another 2 flu coral setup. We're in no rush. Frankie, did they announce what's going to be released with the update? Like, oh, we're coming out with a new class, new ascendancy, new weapons, like axe or swords, maybe traps. Do you have any of those announcements, man? I guess we should just open this. We'll build out the rest first, actually. Alright, this opened up, so we can start digging this part out. I was gonna say, you sick? And then he got healed. That's fast. They didn't. Oh, what? I need to know, man. I could plan around my character. All right. So we're going to take a little bit more time before we do any amount of progress because we kind of just want to wait for the pearls. Can't really do too much about that. We can take more dupes right now, though. Mouth breather. That kind of sucks. We have 2 ranchers. Wait, let me actually look at this. Who's our other rancher? Hassan. Hassan does not have ranching interests. But he's been ranching for so long that I feel like we should just keep him there. That's what I'm thinking. They need to release everything so that it could be tested for 1.0. That's the problem. And the fact that they didn't release anything for 0.5 in general was really downside. Like, what are you guys doing? No new weapons? Come on now. We might just get nails. Not a bad idea. Alright, so we got the rancher main. Nails is digging. A little bit of athletics. He'll do supply store. Tidy. He'll eventually become a rocket pilot, though. Man, feels bad. So we don't know. Can't plan anything out. Feels bad. That's part of like the main part that's fun. Frankie, joining the Duke Colony. Who'd you like to claim? We got Bert, Bonnie, Hassan, May, Nails. Let me know, let me know. Grabbing Nails, the new guy. Frankie's in. Oh, he's a balloon artist. You gotta cut your nails. There's no critter here that does that. You want the banana balloon. That's lemon, dude. Oh, the lavatory. All right, we'll give you the yellow banana. All right, we gotta make this guy into the spaceman. So he's going to the convention center with a space outfit. Looking nice. He's ready for space. We are not launching rockets yet, though. All right, so we need 200 pearls. Can we find more? 71, 80, 80. Oh, there's 2 pearls in here. We will have to lower the water level, which I think is fine. So we want to do these. Yeah, and then we get these pearls access. There is no pearls yet, but we do want to have access to them when we can't get them. Steal some diamond? I guess we could. We just don't have suits. I don't want to open too much space because it's like the oxygen's going to escape. And we're like barely break even right now. That's the reasoning why I kind of want to wait for the pearls. So we could build some more oxygen and then we could leave the base without worrying about, oh, the O2 is spreading. I guess we could do a liquid lock. And then the new areas we can't breathe. And then we don't have oxygen to vote into suits either. Feels bad. But yeah, we gotta wait to get some glass. I guess we could also remove some of the glass tiles from here. It's 5 kgs. These are also 5 kgs. Feels bad. This is also 5 kgs. She wants sushi. I kind of want to get a little bit of cooling first. I don't think we'll be able to do the cooling. We also don't have the power to power an aqua tuner. Anything that's new, so the Prince Scepter gives you full 200 kg. And I think the one before that as well. The more recent story trait stuff. Basically what happened was that they had it coded that the windows are 200. And then when they found out that people were going inside just to get the glass, they nerfed it one time, like 2 years ago. And then everything that got released after that point gave you 200 glass. it's so stupid. It's like, all right, man, we're gonna nerf you guys. And then they remove the nerf. It's like, you know what, we'll give it back to you guys, but we're not gonna unnerf the nerf. And it's like, man, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, this sucks. Not the business. All right, did not get flooded stuck here. Was a little bit worried about the water thing. Salt water. Diamond, 100 kg. Oh, you can't mix the glass though. Feels bad. You can't mix glass with pearls or diamonds. They hit the 200. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. Alright, we kind of chilling for a second then. Oh, we have 9 dupes, but we don't have a 9th meal hall. Feels bad. We got to make a new table for them. Alright, we're somehow just swimming in the calories. We might have a meat issue. Yeah, the meat's inside and not getting moved out. So we're going to want to make sure we allow the dupes to go grab it. Let's bump this up to a priority 8 so they do move the food out. I was like, why do we have 8,000 meats and not getting cooked? The beacon's alive. I guess we could pre-fill the room here. In a sense. You saw the rip from Lost Ark. The rip. What happened? Would do be the rip Lost Ark? Something happened. I can't say I heard, man. Can't say. No, I don't. That's why I'm asking. No more servers here. Oh, are they Asia based? And they just had NA servers? Feels bad, man. You gotta use the VPN now to play. Amazon, dude, honestly, I kind of saw that coming. A company that cares way too much about profits makes a video game. It never ends well. Gently welcome in. I tried it on launch, but it felt too much to handle. That's fair. I can't say I've played it though. Haven't played it. Didn't know a lot about it, to be honest. So are they not closing? I mean, new company takeover is not bad. So Amazon is no longer behind the server. Does the data go over? I guess. That would be the question. Does the data get moved? Or is it you have to start fresh? Oni has more concurrent players than Lost Ark. Feels bad. I mean, Lost Ark, though, is one of those games that's... How do I say this? Very much... Are they a Korean game? They are, right? Korean video games have one thing in common. Gacha cash shops. And they have always revolved around that. Yep, they are pay to win. I can't name a single Korean video game that isn't pay to win. And it's very different from the American model. Like, how they do things is very much always the same across the board, regardless of which game you're playing. And how they're monetizing it. Damn, that's tough. That's tough, man. Faster to have a family and kids progress the game. You know, that means you could start now and then start building a family. And by the time your kids are old enough, they could do the farming for you. Let's go. Dude, I'm not even lying, man. I've heard so many stories of people that did that. It was like, yeah, man, I got into video games when I was very little. I would watch my dad play Diablo 2. And he taught me how to magic find on his character. And he told me that he could play if he did the magic find for him. So what he would do is he would magic find for his dad. And then he said that after a couple months, he wanted to make his own character. And his dad allowed him. And then that's how he started gaming with Diablo 2. Oh, that's so funny. You were basically farming for your dad while he was at work. So funny, man. Some friends tried that. The kids suck at it, dude. There has been so many jokes for the video games that have like been alive for a while. I saw a joke where it was like every pro player is at a point where they have family and kids, right? Like the biggest one I saw that was a meme was StarCraft 1. And it was like, dude, all the pro players are like old people in their 30s and 40s, proving the point that you don't have to be young to be an esports athlete. But, you know, they're all, you know, old now. They have family and kids. Someone joked that they should have a tournament where all the pro players should have their kids play against each other to see who is the best coach for the video game. That's such funny. That's so funny, but at the same time, that sounds like it would be kind of fun to watch. You know what I'm saying? Like, who could raise the best esports athlete in that regard? I thought the concept was kind of funny, man. But at the same time, I feel like that could happen, man. The only problem is actually having a game that lives that long. You know what I'm saying? Like, not a lot of games have that long of a life. That's the thing, right? It's like most games die out within the decade. Not a lot of games get to see 10 years. It's either loses support or the servers shut down, right? Of course, you can't really count private servers. But it's like, you know, it'd be like that sometimes. It's not my idea. It was the community where we're like memeing with each other and saying that'd be really funny to see happen. I will 100% say that was not my idea. But yeah, it's a different skill set, 100%. But it's also like, you ever hear the saying that if you're able to teach something, it means you've mastered it? I don't know if that's a saying, but like, that's a thing, right? If you could teach something, you mastered it at that point. Oh, where did this fish come from? He is tame. All right, he's got to go. My man is lost. Keep going after 10 years. Push a player. Focus niche games. Yeah, there's no like competitive Minecraft though outside of speedrunning. That is wrong. So being able to teach something is not proof of mastery. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Doesn't necessarily mean that. As a teacher, I can tell you it doesn't work like that. I mean, it depends what grade level. I feel like if you are a professor teaching at a university, that's pretty much true. You can't just download the Hooked on Phonics to teach English like you can at like kindergarten. Very different. Like at the base foundation levels, a lot of that is pretty much systematic at that point. But I feel like once you get more deeper into the topics, you kind of need to know your stuff. But I guess there are levels to it. All right, we're going to be filling up a new tank. So once we get enough pearls, we're going to be able to just build a new setup immediately. And I think that means I would have my floor here. Yeah, it's probably not bad. We'll drain it down to here once we need to. 87. So these two are tied, and this one's pretty much tied. We should have some ones up top too that are ready to be harvested soon. Yeah, 80. So we'll be able to get 200 kgs, which is going to be the new fluke corral. So we're just going to be getting that set up. Free oxygen, man. Friend does advanced physics, but can't teach it for shit. I kind of suck at these super complex things, but I'm able to take the complex ideas and translate them to students. So what you're saying is being able to communicate ideas is a skill in and of itself. Wait a second. This is going to push the water up. Oh shit, it will. No, dig the tiles. Don't spill the water. There we go. Dig. No. All right, mop it up, boys. Yeah, but you have the whole teaching part as well. How often to practice, how spread it out. Teaching is a skill. Part of teaching is communicating. So how is the plan to create the progeny and build boosting company? If you're lucky, pay good money. That's a one-time gig, man. That's the one-time gig. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. The plan is you have the progenitor sit behind you and watch, and then let them ask the questions. That's the play, man. Teaching and being it depends what type of content creator you are. You don't have to be a good teacher to become a successful content creator. It really depends on the type of content you're doing. There's a lot of people that do more. I feel like I kind of want to do this as well. It's just a little bit more like you need a lot of different type of style. But like if you do something like old school television and just recreate that, you do not need to communicate a single thing. You're just pulling from a formula. That's 100% a thing that easily could be done. What I mean is like all you got to do is be entertaining. Boring teacher will have trouble connecting with the students, and that dealing with chat is basically dealing with classroom. It kind of is. It's very different though. At least you could kind of assume a certain age for when you're teaching in a class, so you know what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. Can't really say that about chat, man. The range is wide. I'm gonna be real, man. Brothgar was one of the people that made me want to be making Oni videos. But in the wrong way. I remember when I first looked up Oxygen Unincluded because someone got me the game and I was playing it for the first time. I wanted to look up some guide to see what I didn't know. And then I saw some Brothgar videos, but I didn't realize they were out of date. So 1.0 dropped within the first month. So not a lot of the old videos got updated. So what happened was that I was following an outdated like info dump. And then it turned out everything was wrong. I got mad. And then I stopped playing. I mean, I stopped looking up YouTube guides. Just across the board. Because I was like, this stuff isn't even real. And as a result, I was like, I'm going to start making Oni videos that are accurate. And that's how I got started, man. Funny enough. I started making YouTube Oni videos because of the Brothgar, but in the wrong way. I made it because that shit was wrong. Oh, man. I was just watching one of the lawyers who make shorts on YouTube get into it with his wife. Here's the thing, man. I feel like that's such a feels bad man moment to be him. Because it's like, dude, that's your wife telling this to you. There's a difference between hard truth that's objective and just being unsupportive, man. And that's just being unsupportive. Now his shorts have millions of views. Yo, man. Put that on a check. Take that to the bank, man. It's funny. Feels bad. But yeah, man, you would never want to see that happen. But he's still an active player. I mean, active lawyer. He's always gonna have his lawyer gig to fall back on. But I'm not gonna lie, man. When that's your spouse, it's one of those things that's like, I feels gross. Those are the moments where you kind of think back and go, man, how did I end up like this? It's like, man, maybe we got married for all the wrong reasons. Many ventures have started because people got mad at some problem. It's true. It's true. Sometimes people need a push. It is, but I look at that as like, how do I say this? I guess it depends on the type of person you are. Some people do well when they're criticized. Some people don't. Right? It's like when people said things about Michael Jordan, he became better. He became stronger. He proved them wrong. Right? He had that chip on his shoulder. Not everyone's like that, man. There's some players that you criticize them and you find out they looked up to you. They play a lot worse. You know what I'm saying? It becomes a thing where it's like, I looked up to this guy and he's saying this about me. And it's like, it really depends. But yeah, you're right, man. It depends on the person. Sometimes people need a push. Sometimes people get empowered by that. Sometimes they do worse though, at the same time. That's another thing, man. You gotta understand who you are and what makes you run. Everyone needs push, but push too hard, you break them. Push too little, and you lose their attention. It really depends, man. But yeah, all things balanced. You know, Thanos wasn't really a villain. He was just speaking the truth. And the gang that is the Marvel superheroes were not having it. All things must be balanced. But I gotta save Spider-Man. We're still at 50 kgs. Based on many studies, yeah. I guess the way you push someone is also a pretty big deal too. Those who can't take criticism most likely have narcissistic personality disorder and can never be wrong. That's tough to put that in a black and white circumstance. I feel like it's deeper than that. It's hard to really argue that just because you're X, you're Y when it comes to like people, personalities, and how they react to certain things. It's tough, man. I feel like that can be the case, but not always the case. Because it's like, if you think about it in the moment, someone is saying X, Y, Z about you, and you might just need time to process it. And in the moment, as they're saying the things, you might feel a certain way about it, right? And you might not see what they're seeing because, you know, perspective. You're in the moment, they're watching you from a different angle. They might be able to see some of the things you don't, that you might have to look back on like a recording in order to really recognize it. And from that standpoint, it just sounds like they're just trashing on you, right? And it really depends, man. It's tough. I wouldn't necessarily say that, more so that it's like, it depends on the situation. But yeah, it's so many things that's factors in that it's like, it's hard to really take into account. Yeah, how it's worded. That's actually what I'm saying, is like putting someone down is not the same thing as criticizing someone, right? But I feel like we live in a world where it's hard to criticize or compare without having someone look bad, right? It's always referring to a good example or a bad example type of deal. And it's hard to really compare and contrast without someone getting the short end of the stick. It's always like, you're not as good as him, or you're doing better than this guy. And it's like, while that might sound good or sound bad, it's like, it comes at a cost of someone else. Criticizing, flat criticism, yeah. I feel like if they have an objective point, they have a point, but also how they deliver it too is pretty big. It's kind of like when the people say that they have a coach that says, don't listen to what he's saying, but listen to the message being said. And it's like, the coach is rough around the edges, man. But it's like, he's gonna say some things that are gonna get under your skin, but at the same time, he knows exactly what it is that you're having problems with. It's tough, man. How do you like do that consistently? It's tough. I could say that your food tastes like communal food places, which just feel good. I love communal food places though. I've heard that before. It's like, man, this tastes like Taco Bell. And it's like, man, Taco Bell sucks. Everyone's always trashing on them. He's like, no, man, I love Taco Bell. It's like, oh, wait, what? And then it's one of those things too, where if you follow up, but I love that type of food, but initially it sounded bad. It becomes one of those things where it just sounds like you're saying that because you see that your initial comment made them sad. And then you're trying to make it seem not as bad. Right? Whereas you could have just really liked that from the beginning. It just comes off that way. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. That's the thing about, I realize, like, communicating with people is, you got to communicate people with different ways. Zerek's like, free food, I'm in. If you guys don't know Zerek, I met this guy one time. There was an open house, and it was free hors d'oeuvres for the people that were there. He was just there eating, and then he took a dump, not knowing that the water was cut off, and he was like, we gotta go. I was like, who are you? He's like, I don't know, man, but I just took a dump and the water's cut off. Didn't flush, and he's like, I gotta get out of here. And he left. That's the first time I met Zarek, man. He just wants the food sometimes. Criticism has its bad PR because it's associated with negative consequence. I feel like no one knows how to criticize someone properly. Very few people do it well, in a sense that they get the point across without offending anyone. It's hard, man. And I feel like I've only seen it in a handful of times. One of them was when it was a notable musician. It was someone old, I don't remember his name, but he was teaching someone how to play the cello. And the guy was by no means bad. He was like the star up-and-coming student of like the university that he was at. But the thing that happened was that he was like kind of plateauing, and he didn't know how to take it from there. And dude, watching the guy kind of guide him through, teach him without really making him feel bad about what he's doing, was such a skill, dude. It really was. I was like, man, that's impressive. Just frame it differently, and you go from this being wrong to this change to be able to do what? Yeah, it's got to put it in perspective. Sometimes people could sometimes see, sometimes people can't. That's 100% what I'm talking about, though. How you frame it, how you describe it, how you reference it is huge. Big things, man. Either way though, people chat. I just want to say we are done with the carnivore. We are trying to get some more oxygen without relying on the polluted dirt setup that we had. Mainly because we're going to be running out of mud. And we're consuming all the pea dirt already. So it's one of those things that it's like, it's going to be better for us to transition to the fluke coral. The biggest problem we're running into right now is that we don't have the pearls that's going to be needed to build the wide farms. That's going to be what we're waiting for right now. We're trying to pre-fill this so that we could build this later, and then it's going to be with water already, so it'd be great. Just trying to prepare for that. These pearls are going to harvest soon, 98%. We have 1, 2, and I think we have another one up top. 91, 92. So we'll get them soon. So every 2 fluke corals like this is going to be 1 setup. This is 3 dupes worth of oxygen. And then we're going to do another 2 here. That's going to be 6 dupes. We should be able to get by with the 4. We do want to plant some more though, if we can. But we want to finish setting this up first. So of course it's going to need salt water, fertilizer. We're going to be pre-filling that. These could be submerged, so it's perfectly fine. We also have a CO2 pump down here, connected to a canister filler. That way we can keep the CO2 low. And then hopefully we're going to try to keep this balanced. There is this mud right there I might want to remove. But yeah, we're spinning mud on forever, utilizing it. It's just that we burn through the pea dirt so fast. New printables. Oh, dude, look at this fish, man. This is so radical. We don't really need this anymore, though. That's a crazy thing. You know what? We'll take it. It's free food. Like Zarek says, man. What? I want food. All right, take out the fish. Good stuff, good stuff. Emptying out this little seawater pocket so we could dig it out. Best food's free food. Zarek goes to Costco and just checks out the free food samples. One time he got kicked out because he was just doing laps at Costco for free food. He went to one guy, to another guy, to another guy. And Zarek told me he found out that the demos are only for 2 hours. He got there while they were setting up and he was just doing laps. And then after 2 hours, they packed it up. I was like, oh, that's good to know, man. And then I asked him, how would you know this? And he's like, don't ask, man. I was like, okay, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. 99. We're almost there. Got the fresh water. Oh, I never rebuilt this. To continue doing the mud spinning. 6 tons. I was suddenly members of many clubs just for the free pizza. It really do be like that sometimes. That's actually kind of funny. Did you in college on orientation week go to every open club meeting? Because they're trying to recruit the freshmen. They're like, we have free pizza. Did you do that, dude? When you go to college and it's orientation week, they have a lot of clubs that are trying to recruit newbies. And of course, the first thing they do is like, dude, we got pizza, man. And you know, if you're a little kid and you just graduate high school, one of the most hypest things is, yo, man, pizza party. And then you get your 1 slice of pepperoni and your juice box. But it's like, now you're in college, man. You get proper pizza. I became treasurer just because I stuck around for so long for the pizza. They voted me because I was present and looked capable. This was surely not because you was Asian, I would imagine. And they went with a stereotypical setup. Zarek was the token Asian guy named Jim from The Office. Of course, you can tell by the way he talks. He said that famous line, "Props to you for not seeing color." Pretty much, dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's subtle, but it's always there. It's always there. All right, so bad news. This is gonna spill out water. A lot of pressure damage. Good news, it's gonna make it easier to get out, I guess. Nursing club, all Filipino. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. When I first heard about how the work schedule is for like nurses and whatnot, I thought it was insane. Now we have to go back in to grab it, man. We do this. The problem is that a dupe might get stuck, and that'd be bad. So having this kind of overextend like this is not that bad. Dude. No one's gonna grab this? Oh, not everyone could swim. Dude, they do like 60 hours in 3 days, and then they have like 3 days off. And that's kind of like the rotation. I'm like, that's insane. Oh, he got out just in time. Let's go. I bet you won't believe this, but my mom's a nurse. Does she have that schedule? She do the 3 days 60, another 3 days off? That's a wild schedule, man. 150. Or 3 split. 4 days working or 4 days off? Yeah, why does this airflow take so long? I guess we get maximum water consumption balance. It's 4-3 or 3-4. Okay. Yeah, man, that stuff's insane. I would never be able to do that. It just sounds super rough. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. Oh. Nah, 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 nah. Oh, I'm so stupid. Guys, you guys see the problem here? Does anyone notice the problem? Sudak with the butt dial. Let's go. Yep, I forgot to put a turbine on it. God damn it, dude. Oh. No one saw that, man. I was just thinking about boxing it up so we could break into this area a little bit better. And out of the 4 tidal turbines here, this is the only one without a turbine on top. God damn it. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. I'm not going to break into it because I don't actually have the power wire to actually make use of that. So it's either I combined it on another one on a skinny wire, or I'll wait to upgrade. I might want to wait to upgrade. But we boxed it up, I guess. Looking good. We'll do it later. filtered a lot of water. We need to continue with the mud spinning. We're going to be getting another 50 pearls soon. Up here, right? 9 to 7. 98. We might be able to actually get the third set too. So one down here, one on the right. We should do it on the top left over here. Maybe like right here by the turbines. That would be not bad. By these turbines. I should probably break into here then. From the top. Should be fine, should be fine. Alright, we're gonna be chilling with the saltwater for now. Alright, we also need to grab a wild beacon. This is not open. So back up top to here, right? The queen egg. Beacon 1888%. Yeah, it's gonna be him. Let's move him in, boys. So since the beacons are going to be wild, we don't have to feed them, which is going to be nice. Nothing inside the sweep. So we're still going to add water until this fills up, because we're going to lower this fire level once we can. $65.96. Yeah, we're going to be getting another set soon. So we're going to be spreading out the 2 pairs setup kind of around the living area that we're going to be at. We will eventually want these for power. So far, so good. The only thing we're running out now is salt. We're down to 28 tons. We used to be around like 44-ish. Gotta go through the mud. 5-3. Big 3 tons right there. Gotta keep removing. Going through the mud, yo. Not bad. Alright, we're gonna start trimming this part. We might actually want to trim into the obsidian. This somehow did not break the biome. Very impressive. Okay, so we should be safe removing one of these tiles. I don't want my dupes removing the tiles and then not able to swim out. That would suck. Oh, got the pearls. Let's go. So the beacon is here. There's a little bit of food poisoning in my water. Oh, that's gross, man. Yo, that's nasty. All right, nice. Sweep that out. Why is there food poisoning in my water? Honestly, that shouldn't happen. Still spinning the mud. This is open, so it's going to fill up with oxygen. We can put this in now. And we got to wait for the second delivery of pearls. All right, so not everyone could swim the colony. We should allow the people to swim. Kind of nice. Swimming is going to be somewhat mandatory here. Nah, man. Here's the thing. No one peed in the tank, and we're not taking the pee water to filter either. Because this is clean. And this is where we're pumping from. Oh, you know what could happen? The dupes picked up the mud while the dupes had food poisoning on them. And then that meant that the mud that got spinned had food, but yeah, it does. You see this? Food poisoning on the mud spinner. Someone didn't wash his hands. That's nasty. I wish they added sea pips and evolution trait to plant stuff underwater. Dude, we were talking about that, man. We thought that the sea queen would have been a sea pip instead. Feels bad that we don't get those. The only other thing that might be similar to a pip would be the seals. Palatipip. Palatipips. They're gonna give them a duck face. Really? Duck face. I guess that kind of works. Would have been awesome. That would have been sweet, to be honest. I wonder if there was something like they would constantly plant the seed underwater that can't be planted underwater, and then it would constantly infinite loop. Perry the Palatipus. He would need a new name, dude. Hopefully they don't get stuck. He would need a new name. Just be a Vaporeon. Oh man. Dude, Vaporeon looks eerily similar. Dude, you know what's gonna happen? They're gonna be like, we need one that could plant in magma. We need one that could plant... we need one that could plant on the walls on the background. And then you're gonna get basically the evolutions made out of pips. That's gonna happen, man. 100%. They're gonna do it, dude. Can't wait for voltage hazards and bionic planet. That's gonna be weird. Overcharging has downsides. That's a weird idea. Depends how they kind of execute on it, though, I feel like. Alright. Let's get this running. Alright, another 2. Good stuff, good stuff. They might follow them. Oh no, bro. Electric eel critter. Oh man. Come on, man. We know the devs don't listen to my stream. It's cool. They're not gonna, totally not gonna take any of the ideas. What are you doing, Frankie? Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of digging right here. So that we could jump down. Gotta drop the elite ball knowledge. Mimic plays ball? Do you? Dude, man, crazy news yesterday. My Lakers got sold. Insane, dude. I don't even know what's happening anymore. The franchise got sold, dude. We're not the Lakers anymore. No, we are. We are. That would have been insane, though. Oh, wow. Everything is cleaned up. Okay, nice. Here and here and here. Started cleaning up some more of these spots. What does that mean? It's not really a big deal. But we went from a proven owner that's won championships in a different sport, the Dodgers, with the owner that we just had with, like, you know, a week ago. And now the new owners are it's bad. So it's like these people have a reputation that is by no means good. It's from the political side, they look horrible. This looks like very much part of the enshittification process where people with money buy something to extract as much value out of it before they resell it again, type of thing. It feels like it could be like that because one of the persons that's in on the purchase is a Clippers fan. They are a team. They were a fan of the team that's, you know, on the other side of the street, LA Clippers. And they said notoriously that they didn't want to be a Lakers fan. So they rooted for the Clippers instead, despite, you know, living in LA. The other person has a lot worse of a reputation that I don't want to get into because it's pretty political. And as a result, a lot of people hate the recent, you know, the recent selling. So normally when a team is sold, it depends who you sell it to. If you sell it to a billionaire who's just looking to sell tickets, don't expect the team to go anywhere. If you have an owner that has a track record of winning championships, expect good things to happen, right? Because it's like they know how to run a company. They know how to win in the sports field. Hostile takeover. The crazy thing is that that's what a lot of people are looking at right now. The previous owner got investigated for some weird billionaire thing where they were like, he took loans out without actually having the collateral. And as a result, he was under investigation by the federal government. And as a result, it felt like that was just a way of pressuring him to sell the team. The thing is that they basically sold for a profit, which is not a bad thing. It's like, why wouldn't you sell? It's just that he's already part of a company and is like the head honcho of a multi-billion-dollar establishment. So he's rich. So the idea is that you get more money. What's that going to do for you? At some point, money could only buy so much, right? Because once you're already a billionaire, the money doesn't do anything for you. So a lot of it comes back down to like, why not just be the owner of a very famous franchise that has a great track history and then you just make it better? Not only that, you're already the owner of the Dodgers. Lakers, Dodgers, you get so much easy cross sport collabs. It's insane, right? It just makes so much sense. And it was forced to sell it, is what a lot of people are thinking. We don't know much about it though, so it's a lot of speculation. But yeah, it's pretty tough, man. It is tough. So a lot of us are sad in the Laker fandom because we went from having a owner that just won the World Series with the Dodgers and spent so much money on building a team and got results. To now, it's like, it's up in the air, man. We could go either way. We plummet straight down. And it's like, these people were not sports owners. They were just people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, it's a lot of bad stuff. Now, of course, it's all speculation. I'm not saying that's what happened. A lot of it is just, yeah, man, this is how it's looking like right now. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. So yeah, man, we're at that point where we kind of have to wait and see. I will say, though, that this happened a little bit too fast. We were hoping that the previous owner was going to have enough time to work out the front office hirings, like getting a scouting department, getting good personnel, good doctors, you know, basically fill out the team that are not the players. Because he has money, and he's known to deck that part out of the franchise so that the team is taken care of, you know? So he didn't even get that much time to do that. So it's like, we don't even have a good foundation to kind of work off of. Feels bad, man. All right, we're going to be working on another one of these coral setups. Y'all know how it is. We are going to be lowering this as well. We're going to bank another fluke coral setup right here. The dupe's breathing in the oxygen. Removes from here the most. Cycle 100, boys. Let's go. All right. I will want to process as much of the polluted mud as I can. Yeah, we will. And then we want to just use up the pea dirt. We probably will keep at least one of these setups up. It's time. Get the kazoos out. Do do do. Let's go. Good stuff, boys. Good stuff. We're at 68.8 pearl. Oh, the sea queens. Oh, they're eating the pearls. Oh, no, bro. Do we have a bin? Oh, that's so rude. They ate the pearls. Damn it. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It did. I forgot, man. I forgot they was in here. It's because I harvested the pearls from down here and nothing happened to them. I was, oh yeah, it's fine. I gotta move the pearls back, dude. God damn it. Alright, so we could jump down now. We were gonna go through this way. We're gonna drain the water down to here so that we don't have to worry about the salt water on top of us on this side. Look at that big belly. Eating the pearls. You know what's funny about this? The Paku in here is eating the seeds from the from whatever we're harvesting too. That's funny. I guess caviar is back on the menu. The Sani shell evolved. That's what I saw just right now. Well, feels bad. He has passed. Okay, so we're not pumping up pea water. We just got a little bit of mud. We got a little bit of mud right there. I don't want to break into the rust biome because it's cold. I want to keep it cold. There's a little bit of mud up here, but I want to kind of keep this because I don't want to break into the top yet. Then that way we just pump out all the water. And then we'll be able to use this space for building. I also do want to dig out the obsidian. We just don't have the dig skill yet. There it is. Ocean man, let's go. Do the digging by the hands. Mamba, I hear you, baby. Wow. Why are you wowing me for, baby? Mamba big mad. You're okay, baby. Now we're gonna drain out the water, kind of bop the titles, but I think it's fine. We'll probably want to dig out some more spacers still. Makes some sense to do that, then come down here and get to here. Maybe not. Maybe just these. And then maybe go a little bit deeper and connect these pools. Okay, we have enough for one floor, boys. Then we're gonna need this and a bunch of mesh tiles. What's wrong, Mamba? Doing the big meows. Is sandstone strong? 10 softness. It should be able to handle it then. Alright, we will open this up. And then we will open this up to combine. A little bit of oxygen inside. Take the fertilizer, we don't need the food. I have not culled any fish in the longest time. We have 101 fish. It shouldn't be. Insulated is more mass. 400 versus 100. That should not be the case. Should, though, keyword. That should not be the case. I thought so too. Feels bad. $79. The water's still draining. We can drain the water down to there. It's not a bad thing. Oh, huh? We have to dig all the way down like this, huh? Okay. I was gonna say, we're gonna open this up slightly. That's weird if that's true, man. That kind of breaks the rules of the game. Mass matters. Alright, we do want to finish building this. We do want to get some more bottle drainers here. Then we'll get our door right here. We could actually dig that out now. Gotta get that. Sweep this. Alright, we're above 1500. Let's go. It's been a while since we've been actually full of oxygen. Alright, we're gonna lower this down to priority 1. Hopefully we could bring it down so that we don't need pea dirt there anymore. Mass matters for natural tile pressure damage, but not for built tiles. That shouldn't be the case. That's really weird if that's true, man. Get the water level low. All right, let's do another layer then. It's not low enough for us. Testing does seem to confirm. Oh man, that's jank if that's true. So, regular tiles are as strong or stronger? Normal tile, yeah, normal tile. Yep, 3 rows of walls or hit them with the airflow setup. You got the ways to do it. You got the ways to do it. Alright, still a little bit too much water, huh? Alright, let's dig out another couple tiles there. As long as the tiles are thick enough, thickness prevails. That's all you gotta know. Thickness prevails. Alright, salt water, but it's pressurized. This is going down. This might mean I might be able to put a pitcher pump here for my new source of salt water. I don't think I mind that. Alright, let's mop this up. Did we finish sweeping? We still got a little bit more on the side. Okay, so we will probably want to dig this down then. Sweep out some of this, finish up the corals over here. We're at 15. 82. 96. I mean, kind of. Almost gonna get another one. Alright, so we're gonna probably have to dig this all out. Start jumping from here. Alright, we'll start digging out a little bit on this way. Eventually we'll get a proper food storage soon. Okay, food is good. We might have to cull some fish. Should be fine though, I'm not really too worried. Dig this all out, mop as much as we can, sweep as much as we can. We gotta dig this though. Nice mop. Sniping the digs. Alright, falling straight through is actually kind of nice. Okay, we gotta build... Ooh, I didn't build that, did I? Gotta get that there, gotta get that, and then get that. Get the sweep. And they're cooking. 15 kgs still. I'm kind of mad that they put a glass requirement on this. Not gonna lie. Kind of mad they did that. I get it, they want us to start using the pearls from the clams. But it's like, yo, that sucks. What the hell, man? I'm okay with it since they removed the glass only requirement for of the other buildings like solar and glass. Oh, you mean allowed to use things from the glassy category? So diamond solar panels? That's what you're saying? They give you the ability to substitute, but at the same time, I mean, the thing is that I feel like if you were a new player and you're playing this, you wouldn't really think flue corals would be a good oxygen source. And then it's like, okay, maybe you do want to grow it. And then it's like, why can't I build that on the farm tile? And then they go, maybe we need the hydroponic farm. And it still doesn't work. And then at that point, they're big mad. It's like, this doesn't work. How do I grow this? And then they see the why. And it's like, how do I get glass? Let's see if it says it here. Glassy. Okay, I guess it does say that. It's true. You're not wrong. DLCs do be jank sometimes. They do be the jank sometimes, man. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. Oh, I never considered that. The database. So does that mean you could look something up that doesn't exist given your DLC setup? And then you're just kind of like, how come I can't find this? That's a horrible feeling. Does this exist? I haven't seen one of these yet. Tallow will, but rubber won't. That's interesting. Pip is standing in the water. Oh, dude, look at this guy. He's walking on water. He climbs up the water, boys. Pip, Jesus. No, he doesn't do it anymore. Wow. It depends on how fast you're simulating. If you put on 1x speed, he doesn't do it. On 3x speed, he gets to the seed. Wow. You put on 2x, he walks on water. Put on 3x, he reaches the seed. This is so jank. This is so jank. That shouldn't happen like that, man. What the hell? What do be the sorcery? That is do be this. Few of my critter dropper designs have a few slip ups depending on the sim speed. That's tough, man. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like this. Alright, we've got the water. So if you guys are just following the guide to play through, we're taking it easy right now. We're just making more of these coral reef setups. These things need lime that we've been producing a lot of with the beacon ram. So if you've been following along for the carnivore, you should have a decent amount of lime. Second thing you need is salt water. So we just put it in a bin and then we just feed it in like that. And then the third thing is a beacon. We took a wild beacon from the environment, moved it into the box so that it provides the light source the fluke corral needs. By having exactly one wild beacon inside, it's able to just perpetually live. Because it's wild, it's going to lay one egg, and then it's going to handle it. Right? Pretty straightforward setup. So this is going to be our oxygen source. We're going to slowly get away from the sublimation stations. 65. 69, and then 88. Okay, we're almost there. So once we get the oxygen set up, we're going to be having an easy time leaving the base. Because one of the problems is that the more you exit the map and dig out space, the more gas you're going to need to fill it up. So if you're break even or a little bit negative, digging is only going to make everything worse, right? Because you're going to have more oxygen you're going to need to fill up. So it's one of those things that I wanted to get ahead of before we were transitioning to other stuff. The things we would be looking to do right now was going south a little bit to get to the bees. There is going to be something called a radioactive biome. Right here. No. Right here. So they have these betas inside with uranium, and we want them as they are going to be the only source of radiation we have. So we do kind of want to try to get to them if we can, as that's going to be the best way for us to generate something called rad bolts, which is going to be the third tier tech right here. But as of right now, we're taking it easy. By this point, carnivore should be done. Nice. Carnivore, locavore, you can see it's highlighted. We are more than halfway done with super sustainable at 137. So good stuff, good stuff. We're just going to keep going with the title gens, and we're going to get that just by default. If there's other achievements you're looking to do, you could always do them. You just got to go down the list. Something like get a room could be easily done. You just got to build the specific room types. We're just not really too hard pressed to do it yet, since we know one of the achievements that's going to be bigger to our list is going to be mine the gap. that in and of itself is just going to take a long time. So we're going to be able to catch up on all the achievements we haven't gotten at that point, because we're just going to be waiting for the rocket ship to come back. Which probably means we're going to try to get plastic and do a reactor setup so that we can build Radbull rockets to do a lot of the space travel. So we're going to want to get plastic. We're going to want to tech up. We're going to want to get steel. We're going to want to get to the bees. But before we do any of that, we got to include the oxygen. So of course you could do that immediately if you really wanted to. I just wanted to be a little bit more on the safe side. You know, got to be cautious sometimes. So we're just getting enough coral setups, waiting for the pearls, and then we're going to be looking for some Radbull soon. Yeah, not too much to really guide you guys with, just maintaining calories, making sure we can transition to something that's not going to run out. And then taking it easy, making sure the dupes are not stressed. And then we're also doing a lot of sweeping right now, mopping up the map. Just because it's gonna be nice to have a clean looking base. Once they're done with the sweeping here, sweeping here, sweeping here, we're gonna do this again. We could sweep this area. Pretty big. Oh, we have 9 dupes, but we're missing bedroom. Yeah, that gonna be kind of bad. Not gonna be kind of bad. Let's get some bedrooms here. All right, we're almost done processing the mud. That's actually awesome. Not bad. So we're moving out the water, processing the mud. Easy times. Sweep that. Let's get rid of this. Sweep that as well. I forgot to put the turbine there. It feels bad. All right, so this water is not going to matter, right? So we could start digging this out. Alright, we're gonna get the last... Dude, I forgot there was one dude sleeping on the floor, dude. Feels bad. This might be a good time to set up the second schedule. Alright, so we want a couple space gap. So we're gonna do 3, 2. 3 space gap. We're gonna move it over by 1 as well. So we're doing a 3, 2 for the sleep block, break block. And we're gonna start moving some people over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I just picked kind of at random. Not really too worried about that. Though there might be a point where if you move too many of the dupes from one side to the other, it might be a problem. But I want to say in most cases it should be fine because there's a lot of schedule overlap. That way we're not going to need as much tables, which is kind of nice. Still sweeping, making some of the bedrooms. Oh yeah, these guys are crab. We stopped making eggs for the longest time. I forgot about this. We went inside to grab the meat earlier and I forgot to undo it. Feels bad. Okay, so naturally it kind of looks like this would be the way down. It will kind of relocate where the CO2 would want to be at. So let's actually just pump this out. Survive the first raid, nice. What are you playing right now, man? You're playing Valheim? Is that the troll raid? I mean, I feel like if it's not the big troll, it's not really too bad. When the troll comes, man, it's like, oh shit. He's actually gonna knock down my house. There's some of the forest mod. Okay, yeah, those guys are cool. I mean, it's not cool, but it's like, it's not bad. Alright, just pumping up seal 2. It's got the power. We're good here. Okay. We're gonna ladder up to get down. We're gonna open up this pocket as well. Actually, no. We'll go down this way. Go down to there, and then we'll probably want to combine the water pools. Looks like I do want that, so we go like this. I mean, isn't it just one troll? Do they actually send an army of trolls at some point? That's kind of crazy if they do. It's like they send the small little forest mobs, and then they send the forest mobs with a troll. Army of trolls, though. That's scary. Hey, new clam. Alright, polluted brine. No, another volcano. 1, 2, 3 volcanoes. That's all I'm getting. What the hell is this? We got the Somnia. Prince Epic. Nice. Sometimes you get 2. That's scary, man. Too many trolls, man. Trolls be bad times. Dude, what the hell is this? 3 volcanoes. I don't think I've gotten anything normal. Man. Low-key sucks. So much Toronto in my way of APP. Power Spine has scoliosis. Oof. I mean, you know, the spine's supposed to curve, right? Nah, it's not. It's not actually supposed to curve. Just saying. Alright, we'll dig through, balance out some of the water. That might mean we might want to go down to here, because we want to go through here, probably. Get this, get the auto harvest. Oh, the beacons might eat the food here. Oh, yeah. Okay, you know what? We're gonna chill. I'm gonna make a bin for the phosphorite. I'm gonna make a bin for the phosphorite. Just so that we grab them from the beacons right there. Okay. Do want to go into here though. Let's go through the side. Now let's go straight down. Oh, that means we could just dig this part out now too and have the water spill into here. Yeah, that's a win-win. Don't have to be swimming through this anymore. Alveovera, sure. Then get to here. We might even just release the water here at the bottom. That just makes so much sense. Did we make the bin? Phosphorite. Bump this up to a 7. I'm kind of weirded out. You see this background right here? This is polluted brine background. Where are my bees? Where are my bees at? Don't say that, man. I need the bees to work hard. We will release this at the bottom. That's gonna fill it up with enough water for us to break down into here, probably. No, don't say that, dude. We will want to go down to there. Release the waters. We got no bee biomes. That's what the Princeptor's for. No, man. So we're doing a guided playthrough. I want to avoid using that as much as I can. Because it's like, while we... Oh, this is the freaking... brine biome. What is this? The Gilgo is hurt. The bee tiny's gonna melt. We have that in a vacuum on an insulated tile. Alright, let's let this spill out all the way. This also means we get to mop this up. Phosphorite, 4.7, that's decent. Why do I feel like this is in a bee biome? There's ice right here. You know what I'm saying? Makes me think this half is a bee biome, but then we see basalt. And it's like, wait, no, that's not how that works. That might just be the glaciers on that we have. Large glaciers. I can't tell, man. At the same time, it feels like this is not where the bees are. It might be just a glacier. Hey, we got the pearl. We got the pearl. We got the pearl. Spiky. Maybe it is right there. I guess we'll have to check it out. Our water level here is not bad. Now let's break this open. All right, we got the second farm. Let's go. GeoGuessr attempt. Alright, man. We got the basalt biome over here. We could see it. No, it's another basalt biome. Dude, they put a glacier in the basalt biome. This is so weird looking. This is probably already a non-normal playthrough because of that. You know what I'm saying, man? It's like, this is not normal. What in the world's happening, man? So, no bees anywhere. Bottom left? See, this is Neutronium. Bees at the very bottom. Dude, if it's on the corners, we got very little. Very little do be the suck, man. Man, it's so hard because we have glaciers. You can't use temperature to really tell what's what. Oh, dude, you know what we could do? We're gonna move this guy to here. We've never dug down here, so it's a lot of vision. God damn it. Nothing. Haha. Nothing. God damn it, man. No information at all. So what we're trying to do right now, we're looking for that radioactive biome. This is something you're going to need to do too if you guys are playing along. Explore the map, because that's going to be something we need for the third research tier, radiation. And we can't seem to find it anywhere, man. So normally it's going to be between this biome where you get thermal fissures and everything else. Because this is usually at the bottom. So we have to find a way to break into here and see what we got. There's no tidal stuff here, nor do we have any clams, so this looks pretty lucrative. Open this up, release more of the water, go through this way, go down so the water doesn't spill in, and then try to go into here and see what we got. Let's go, Frankie. We got almost no vision from that. All right, a little bit of spillage. There's an opening right here, actually. I don't know if that's good or bad. We can add some water into here. I don't think it's going to do anything. We don't want to flood these biomes. The tidal springs are going to create a little bit of a problem. I do kind of want to lower the water on this side. So technically these two make sense. And we want to spill out more of this water to the right. So that really means I just need to dig out some more. No, no. I don't want to do that. The solution is we go to the second planet and we use the crash satellites there. No, man. The solution would be going to the second planet and grabbing Weezwards. That would 100% be the solution. If we can't get to the bees. Okay, this kind of makes sense now to dig all this out. And have this kind of where the water level wants to be. I need to lower this water here if I can. Dude, we got the random seed, man. Sometimes when the seeds are random, it's a little too random. They don't think it be like it is, but it do, man. I want to lower the water. That way we go through this way. Then we could go down that way. Alright, so that means... Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's open up the bottom then. We just want to create space at that point. Which probably means we dig out these two. Probably more. Let's go Ocean Man. My lettuce is decaying. Salt water, sure. Oh, this bubble gave him popped eardrums. Feels bad, man. God damn it. Spill out a little bit more water. Just in case we need a ladder all the way down. Yeah, need this to spill. It's trying to. We could merge that into one bubble. Not too bad. Do that dig out wouldn't be too bad as well. Okay, layer of oxygen. Okay, so I do want to do this and remove this ladder. Climb up that way. We're going to want to build this out. Yeah, CO2 is weird now. We're gonna have to catch that somewhere. Adding in the water. Oh, we don't have auto bottle on. Oh my god. No wonder this was not getting done. Yay, the polluted mud's at 7 kgs. We're basically done with the mud then. I guess they do want to finish their job. Alright, we almost have the situation we kind of want here. Get the reservoir back. That releases it in the bottle. Waiting for this. Okay, so we could dig this out now. Climb straight up, straight down. Then create more liquid space again. Yeah, a lot of water there. Phosphorite moving in. Maybe we make a new bin, new phosphorite building. Just so that these beacons don't be eating it all the time. And then we do want to move that into here once we get that ready. 5 tons of water right there. Alright, let's create some more space here as well. Maybe not. Alright, so we get down to here. We get this ladder, but we're going to want to go straight down. Normal spacing is here, 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 here. Yeah. Then we're going to want to run across. Trim that up. Yeah. Hopefully we don't get stuck in the water. So we'll just cancel that. 4 space gap. Alright, this is just going to be a way to get into this bottom left that we have no vision of. So we just want to see what's over there. Critter flux. Can't click on the building. Then once we're in, we're going to be able to carve in and go straight out. Oh my god, the gunk. Mop it up, boys. Water's a little low. Good thing we didn't dig this part out. It's still spilling though. There's a good amount of water still to be spilt. Added in the waters. The mud is empty. 7.8 kgs. Alright, it's just filtering out the pea water now. Which means we're going to be out of pea dirt. Hopefully we have no more pea dirt. It's just outhouse. It's just outhouse dirt now. That's going to be able to provide oxygen for us. That's kind of gross. They don't think be like it is, but it do. Outhouse is good times. All the signs are telling me that I have no bee biome. This is weird. Everything is telling me, yeah, no, it's not happening, man. Feels bad, yo. We need the bees. Move out some more phosphorite for the beacons eat it. We have, I mean, I guess we could start growing the starnicles. These are not too bad. We could just feed these to get steady phosphorite, and then we'll be pretty much set. $20 kgs per cycle. It's not bad. If we were at 8 beacons. Aw, come on, really? Buildings flooded. Maybe we do stop doing the salt here. Another thing is that once we do get mealwood set up, we will get mealwood seeds, which effectively gives us spice grinder. There is salt on the map. Spice grinder is pretty good. Guess that wouldn't be bad. Just a lot of labor, right? You have to cook the food and then spice the food. You wouldn't do that all at once. All separate jobs. Alright, either way though, we're doing pretty good. Filling up the waters. Trying to get our last coral set up for now. After we do these 3, I think what we're going to do is start wild planting with the pit. But we have to do the glass setup, the proper setup. Which kind of sucks to do, but you know, we got to do it. And then we'll probably make a liquid locked hydroponic farm. After we do this. So that they could just keep producing. And then the logic is going to be simple. They're going to use this for suit pumping. We will need that. We will need that. Nice. Now, of course, one of the things is why not just put a ladder here? We might. Depending on if we actually need to go this way that often. We'll see, we'll see. Get the water, all the bottled water, pumping up all the pea waters. Even if all the water is gone, we should be able to climb down here. All right, we're gonna work our way down. The polluted dirt is gone. It really do be like that sometimes. Chillin', chillin'. Okay, not bad. I just want to see the bees, though. One time. What are the chances they replace the bottom biome? They move the fissures up and have the bees at the very bottom. Because if I look at this, that's kind of how this looks like. They moved the basalt second to last and the bee biome at the very bottom. I hope they didn't do that. Give me a huge bee biome like this. None of the temperatures says that, though. That's the problem. Also, we are running a very weird map. Glaciers, boulders, boulders. So there's a good chance that my bee biome got compromised. My seafood is rotting. No, bro. What phase of grief is this? Bargaining? Yeah, pretty much. Not actually that bad. No, no. This is quite normal. Yes. I just want to see the bees. We want to build the reactor, then we get the rad bolts, right? And then the funny thing is that we're getting no naturally growing tubulias because of the freaking glaciers, dude. What the hell? That's not cool, dude. Since we have the glaciers down there, it's way too cold for any of the plants to be growing. I guess we get natty gas, though, at some point. Alright, so what we want to see is... This doesn't need to be there, right? So we could just drain this so that this is clean. Oxifern, sure. Dude, no sign at all. Take me to the critter flux. So the bee biome is cold. It's also not a glacier. Oh man, this is not looking so good. If we wanted to get to, let's say here, go this way, which means this dig down. We may want to go out this way to see what's on that side. And then from here we climbed out without breaking into the biome. Some oxygen, I guess. Okay, my dupes are not doing anything. There's some sweeping that can be done down here. Looks like we have most of the phosphorite swept up, though. Pretty good. Okay, Frankie, dig skill. Ocean Man, dig skill. He got it. Another researcher one. Cool. Just doing a little bit of pre-tech. Still looking for them rad sources. All right, they're both able to dig. Okay. Another polluted water biome. Okay. Mud. Okay. This is getting hot on the bottom half, and that's polluted brine. Dude. Dude. There's no bees. Not even a small bee area. This is neutronium right here. Boulder. Pea water mud turtle biome. Brine below. Polluted brine right there. Alright, we don't need to go this way. Oh, uranium! Yes! Okay. No break. No break so far. We will open up these guys. I want to see no break. Here's the scary thing. I have seen no bees yet. Having natural bees is huge. Because that means they're able to make the uranium for you. Like, what's a bee biome without the bees? Alright, there's no break. But there's also no bees. Dude, come on, man. There is no bees in the bee biome. God damn it, dude. We found minnow again. Caviar in a gasket. Okay. We're gonna try to go down here. Maybe around this we'll have some bees. Hey man, it's not funny. This sucks. God damn, dude. Big suckage. God damn, dude. Okay, we got uranium, I guess. Global warming is real. All the bees are dead. Oh, dude. It's all over. It's all over, boys. We can't even have D-Mayor come in and go save the bees. There's no bees to save, dude. That's so bad. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. I guess we got squid. I guess. Y'all like fried squid? Y'all know the first time I had calamari, I didn't know I was eating calamari. We was at someone's birthday, and I was like, oh shit, onion rings. So I grabbed one, I ate it, and I was chewing. I was like, this shit is super stale or something. I didn't know. And one of the people there is like, you all right? I was like, yeah, these onion rings really chewy. And they're like, dude, that's calamari. I was like, what the fuck is that? He's like, oh, that's you allergic to seafood? That's the first thing that I asked. I was like, no, man, I'm good. Actually, I think I said it depends. He's like, yeah, you might want to stop eating that. I was like, okay. But I'm gonna be real, man. It looked just like... Ah, it's hot at the bottom. Damn it. I don't think we're going to be getting a bee biome here. It's just basalt. We still got to dive and check it out. Maybe even say hello to George. The smallest bee biome in the corner. So in the ideal world, we would have the bees discovered and they would be harvesting uranium for us and then enriching it. That would be done so that we don't have to do it, and they, I believe, get a better return than we do. So having nature make the honey is actually better than us making the honey ourselves. I see you, Nanny. Hopefully it is, but as we could see so far, it is brine. We still got to dig down. We believe. We want to believe. So the ice right here is because of glacier mod. What's going on, Nani? Hope you're having a good one, man. Catching us at the end of stream today. Hope you're having a good one. Of course, appreciate you for tuning in, dude. I see you over there. Oh, man, the bees. Where are the bees? It feels bad, man. All my bee biomes melt except in the corners. Was our first time playing this like a really good seed or something? We had like a bee setup like in the middle. Oh, this is really nice. This is a huge bee biome. Not thinking that we would get completely shafted. Feels bad, yo. We gotta wait for the dupes to build this, and we'll get to see. This is almost done, though. Good stuff. Still need a little bit more water. Still filtering out the water from there. All right, construction. Let's bump these up. Wait, tranquil toes. No way, dude. There's actually going to be a bee biome here. So it's going to be a bee biome surrounded by the brine. Oh my god. And you know what's the stupid thing about that? Since I know it's brine here and brine here, there's a good chance there's no bees here either. I just want some bees to be alive. I can't imagine a world without bees. So the reason why that sucks is because there's an achievement called Sweeter Than Honey. I have to scoop out uranium for the achievement. That's so stupid, man. So we are gonna have to buy a bee, plant the bee ourselves, and then let it mature and let it start harvesting. No, yeah, we would have to do that, but it's a pain. Because bees die the moment they touch anything that's above 0 Celsius. So that means we have to drain this area, vacuum it from any gas, replace the floor tiles with insulated tiles. And then we need to be able to break into the bee biome without having it warm up. And then we have to make sure that the bee does not form a nest anytime during that process. So the bee will make a nest if there's no nest in said room. So it's like, man, why we gotta do this? Give me a bee down here. This dude the suck, man. This dude the Mark Zuckerberg super suck. Let me get the gasket. This could all be redeemed if we just get a bee right here. And there's a big fat node of uranium, right? Just, you know, send us to the promised land, dude. Let's go. Redeem yourself. Give me at least one hive. This is the RNG that is Oni. It's not too bad. There's a lot of workaround play around it. It just, man, it sucks to do. There's enough space. There's ice at the bottom. Oh, come on. Warm abyssalite right there? Dude. Don't do this to me, man. The spot that has the bees might be heat exposure, dude. No, dude. We just need someone to build this, man. One time. Soggy feet, going to build, yeah. And then once you're done, we're going to move you down to the bottom. Yes! We got the bees! Alright, this is not that bad. This will eventually even out, I feel like. Hit him with the rads. Hit him with the rad pulse. Come on, we need you working, little buddy. We need you digging. Digging hard. Do it for the kids. Do it for the queen. He's slacking, man. He is. Oh, he's sleeping. Alright, he's awake. Dude, he is not digging, dude. There it is. Yes, get the pulse of radiation. Process. Let's go. How much is that? Was that 1700 to 900? So it was like 2 to 1. I want to see that value again. Come on. Is that uranium? That's sulfur you're digging at. What are you doing, dude? All the uranium's right here. Did not deposit any. 2 larvas. You're gonna get some help, dude. Don't worry. Okay, mining. Okay. It seems to be around 900 per 1,000. But it feels like it's a little bit of a weird rounding. it feels like it's processing at 700 grams, you get 900 as a result. But if you have extra, that just gets burned off. If not, it's 1,000 per 900, which is a pretty good rate. We normally get 100 gives us 20. So it's 5 to 1. This is 10 to 9, so this is really good. Can't be mad. Very efficient. 4 times more efficient at the very least. Alright, good stuff. We will need a little bit more water there. Let's move the beacon. Not the elderly one. Let's get this guy that's a little bit younger. Get the coral here. We're gonna lose, I think, around 200 kgs. So I think this is done though. Right. That also means fluke corral. This is good. We have the pipeline, but then the grill is there. So I might do the pipeline up this way. Move this out, and we'll move this here for the saltwater feed. Okay, we got to grab the beacon. Wrangle 9. We're sweeping still, but we're doing not bad. These floaters are having a bad time. Let's mop this up. Let's free the bloaters. A little bit of water will mop up. Let them be free. Probably to the left is probably better. Though we do want to mop this up first. Before we free the fish. Then they could go to the ocean to hang out with the homies. Beacon's in, let's go. This guy's wild, doing good. And salt water. We will want to pitch pump this next. Add a little bit of that salt water. Alright, so these are good. These are good. That one got removed. We got to move some of the mucin from this. This is going to be a water substitute later on. Alright, the run is kind of saved. This is a big chunk of uranium too. They could start processing that. We're doing pretty good. We have enough for a new hydroponic farm tile at 115. And then we have our 3 sets, so 6 corals running now. That's going to be enough for 9 dupes actually. Though the downside is we pretty much finished processing the mud, so we're pretty much out. Right now we're just going to be processing a lot of polluted water and getting a little bit of pea dirt along with the outhouse. Otherwise though, food has been pretty great. We could still expand the beacons. We're at 115 live beacons and about 44 eggs. We could also increase the production rate to 12 because of the beacon size and the size of our tank. So we are in great positioning. Let's look at the super sustainable. We are at 160. We are literally 66%. 160 out of 240. So we're basically about done with super sustainable. We could tie more of the turbines in if we really need to. We're starting to get gaskets a little bit. And we found the bee biome. This one sucks though. No bees inside. So it's one of those things. We could save this for later and go into here first. Mining the uranium. And then we do the hand cranking setup. Manual radbolt gen. I wouldn't want to do this, but it's like, we're not really going to do anything with this biome anyways. So we could just break in and utilize it without having to worry about the bees, giving us a little bit more time to let them process it themselves. And then we'll be able to start getting better tech and then build around this. Probably with suits. Suits right here would not be a bad idea. It's probably going to be pretty good. Suits climb down. Break into this biome. Move all the water to a side. And then do a vacuum break somewhere here. There's a lot of solid here, so it's actually pretty good. That's probably going to be the play. Which would mean I would have to redo these ladders. We'll run up to the tidal turbine. And then move the ladder to the side. That should be fine. Swimwear. All right, nice. People of chat. This is going to be where we wrap things up for the night. So, of course, Carnivore, Locavore complete. We're almost done with Super Sustainable. We were exploring the map to find the bees, and we did. We stabilized the oxygen a lot better. And that means now we're going to be able to remove some of the old P-Dirt consumption setups. We swept a lot of the map too, so it's a lot cleaner looking. Not as much debris everywhere, though there is some in some of the spots. And then we're doing a lot better now. Cleaning out some of these biomes. We've seen space. That means we could start processing space scanning for databanks and stuff. We may even want to start doing stuff like the pemmican. I don't know if I should. We do have the seal. I'm considering it. I'm also considering doing something else. Is there a allowed spiced food diet button for the dupes? That doesn't exist, huh? Preventing dupes from eating spiced food. That would make it so much better to manage so that you could save that for space missions. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do though. All right, people of chat. It is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Time to get that saving.